Welcome to Truth UnCompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by SourceVibrations.com.
All participants are muted, and they can unmute themselves.
I am peace. I am free.
Q&A session has started.
I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be.
The recording has started.
For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is December 17th. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on our 11th episode in the series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. If you were with us last week, it was a wild ride, y'all. We had a lot of technical difficulties, so hopefully we'll be good tonight. We're going to push through either way it goes. So this particular series, we started out with a document that was the result of a study that was done by the Department of Army, and it was regarding consciousness. So in this particular document, a lot of deep stuff, you all. They literally talked about creating your own reality, manifestation. They were able to literally show where the process of manifesting or creating something through consciousness on infrared camera. They admitted that this is a holographic universe. They also admitted in this particular study that there is such a thing of time travel, and how you can travel from the past to the future, and how there is such a thing as an absolute where you can get to that particular realm and do the ultimate creation. And all of this revolved around you being able to do that through your consciousness. Now, the last time we left off in this document, because we've been a little delayed, y'all, these past couple shows, because the family's been coming on giving their testimony on their experiences with consciousness. So the last time we were reading from this document, we got the bombshell from this study that they admitted that lower level entities are not able to harm you or even be in your aura if your vibratory rate or frequency is high. Okay, so we're going to pick back up with the Alphabet Boys document. And I know the past couple weeks we have been talking on the upcoming spiritual event that is going on the winter solstice. So December 21st. So we talked about how some of us have been experiencing different things, how we've kind of been off with our body, headaches, switching in appetite, very, very tired, etc., etc. And all of this is tied into Mother Earth's frequency, rising rapidly high. So this week, I think it was day before yesterday in Argentina, they had a solar eclipse. Now, a YouTube channel called Mr. MB333, he did a video on the solar eclipse in Argentina, and he was also watching the Schumann resonance. And we talked about that the Schumann resonance is literally a measure of Mother Earth's frequency. Now, they're not going to tell you Mother Earth's frequency. They're just going to say the Schumann resonance. To be honest, I don't know what the hell they try, how the hell they try to explain it. But I am telling you, it is the measure of the Earth's frequency. Okay, so during the time of that eclipse, he had the eclipse up live, and he had the Schumann resonance, and you saw the Schumann resonance spike. And then you saw in that eclipse, as that eclipse was happening, you saw from the sun a comet shoot right through it. Okay, so we are living in extraordinary times. This is a beautiful time for you to witness what is going on. This is the opportune time for you to truly, truly create what you want. Okay, that's what this is about. Getting your frequency in tune with the earth to be the creators that you literally are. Okay, so I know we have, some people doing a lot of, I call it fear porn. but it's depending on where your frequency is. So if you are who you say you are, being a creator by your inherited birthright, through your soul consciousness, you will use this particular frequency to your advantage, because that winter solstice is the mark into us going into the Aquarian Age. So we're out of the Pisces age. Now we are in the Aquarian Age. It'll be official on December 21st. And that is the age of knowing. Okay? So the age of the Messiahisms, the martyrs, having leaders to lead you, that's over. Now you're in the age of Aquarian, where you're knowing. That's the water bearer. The knowledge pouring out, freely flowing. Okay? All right, so before I bring on my co-host, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean, I do want to send a shout out to the chat room. I see y'all up in here in the house. Early in the gate was Brother Scotty Saturn and Brother Randy. Peace and love. I see Sis Helenese in the house, Mr. Tyree, I am, I like that, I am thyself, Nazim, Yoni, who else we got up here? Oh, Brother B, hey, welcome back, Brother B, peace and love, Summer, Aquarian, peace and love, beloved, it's good to see you, Nuwa, Lance, Indigenous Amy. All right. Peace and love. Peace and love. Queen Ottawa. And Brother Orlando. Peace. Peace and love, family. So let me look at my family callers. I ain't forgot about y'all. Let me flip over. And be patient with me, y'all, if y'all feel I'm screaming. Which y'all know I be screaming on a regular basis. But in my defense so early up in the game. My damn mic change settings. And I'm trying to find my mic and I can't find it. So bear with me. So shout out to all of the family callers. I see you in the house as well. I see Detroit in the building, Nashville, etc. So peace and love to everybody. All right. So let me bring on the family callers. My co-host. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. All right. Let's try this. All right, sis, I'm trying. My brain be working faster, y'all, than my than this equipment. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you too, sis Rhonda.
How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. It's good to hear yours too. Hey, family, Brother Sean, everybody. Glad you're here.
Yeah. Okay. Let me bring on Brother Sean. I see where the YouTube stream is getting poor already, so I'm gonna have to shut some stuff down. So hold on a second, but I'm gonna bring in Brother Sean. Let me see here. All right, brother, I'm trying. Let me see. All right. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Holiness is power. How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Great.
I'm good.
Thank you.
I'm good. Loving it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good to hear your voice.
Likewise. What's good, family?
All right. And Nuwa says, hey, Sis Sandra.
Hey. Thank you. Love the greedy.
All right, family. So, sis, we're going to start out with you. What you have with, go ahead on with the fuckery tonight.
Oh, man, this planet, this country is turning upside down. I was just listening to Texas, filing with the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
And in the process, they mentioned New California and New Arizona, I think. And I said, what? I said, you're kidding.
Child.
They are splitting off from the California. They're trying to do that. I knew they were trying to do it. You know, they were talking about 6 parts or something like that.
Uh-huh.
They were able to sign on to the lawsuit with Texas, so they must have done it.
I did not know they partnered up with Texas. Now, when you talk about splitting off, are we talking about making it its own nation, breaking away from the U.S. Corp?
No, I'm talking about the different counties in California are split. No way. Call myself copied it. I went in there to get it. I think 51 counties broke away from the state of California, and 15 stayed with the California. So it's called New California for the 51 counties, excuse me. See, California is tired of liberal politics.
Yeah, it destroyed that state. California is a hot mess.
Yeah, and they're tired of Governor Newsom, nuisance to me. You know, that's what I call him. They're tired of him. They have I was just listening to the thing. They have a recall petitions out there, and they have over 800,000 signatures. It takes a million and a half, I think they said, to get him recalled as governor. So these counties, you know, have split away or are splitting away from Newsom. The California part of it, they're not going to deal with him anymore, that liberal politics. You know, California has, you know, a bad name because, you know, with the voting machines working, they show that California is really wicked and we like to do all this stuff. And I said, it's really not like that.
Right.
It makes us look like we're like that. Sanctuary cities and all this kind of foolish stuff. And so they split. I said, yeah. So the liberal, they can go their way, and the conservatives parts of the state went another way. I don't know how they figured out who was what and who was whom, but we need
by the voting.
Yeah, I guess so, because I know I was surprised that California voted in Biden. But
California is normally blue, isn't it? Or liberal, if I'm not mistaken.
It's blue and it's liberal, but they don't want to be like that anymore. They want to be conservative. 51 counties broke away. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They broke away, or they're breaking away because they got on with Texas. Well, and I'm saying, what are you talking about, New California? New California. So I Googled it. And sure enough, they were still in the process of doing it.
Child.
So obviously, got on that Texas suit about the voting fraud. They got on there as New California. They sure did. So I said, wonderful. You know, everybody don't, you know, LA's with the California, the old California, the coastal cities, counties are with the old California, but the interior cities, the rural areas are in New California. Mm-hmm. How their map, you know, broke it up. You know, and so, you know, people are really getting angry at the governor. He doesn't have any statistical data that supports what he's doing. But
right.
He says this. And it's not true. Because, you know, in rural areas, you don't have that many IC, you know, wards and beds. So if you get about 5 to 6 people in there, you already hit your probably 15% capacity. So why you go shut down the whole state because you got a small ICU? You see, so he's punishing everybody for what he perceives as a threat to, the ICUs. But yet, everybody's responsible for taking care of their own stuff. This is their agenda to bankrupt the people. I was listening to articles on it, and I didn't know this, and I just realized it by listening to this website I do listen to. That's a different, because YouTube is pulling people off,
Yeah, they're getting vicious with it.
Yeah, but we're not part of the central bank anymore in this country. Trump done took them off of it. And
I need receipts on that. I know he came in threatening about it. But I need some receipts.
You do have receipts with BlackRock. BlackRock is not part of the central bank.
But BlackRock is just as bad, though. Come on now, let's keep it real. We're not finna sit up here and paint no picture. Just because it goes from one hand to another, if this is a piece of shit and this is a piece of shit, it's just a different piece of shit.
But how do you know that BlackRock is that?
Follow the money. Always follow the money. It's the same power structure behind it. The exact same power structure behind it. BlackRock was put in place because they are totally revamping the financial system. But it is the same exact empire. I don't know how many times I have to get upon this live and say that. It is the same power structure. Even with Trump card.
They're seeming to have some kind of feuding going on because he has broken away from the Deutsche Banks and all those kind of banks, and he dropped the interest rate down to almost zero, and they wanted the interest rates up high. So that would crash the economy, so they can do a reset. And they want to do a reset, and they want us to be in perpetual slavery as far as I understand. But according to this financial person I was listening to, Trump is not controlled by the Federal Reserve anymore, like in other parts of the world. The United States has broken away from that. Trump gives them orders now. Now, I've been listening to this financial person for a long time, and I finally realized what he's saying, because I thought, too, that the United States was part of the central bank, which is, with Germany and all them other places, Deutsche Bank and all that kind of stuff. But they're not, according to what he says. So, I can only go by what the report was saying. And if anybody want to check it, his name is X22.
Yeah, I know X22. I've been listening to X22 for years. So, I still say all it is.
He didn't say nothing about. He didn't say anything about BlackRock. I just threw that in because the only people who have the money to do anything like that would be BlackRock. So, to break away from the central bank and still keep this country afloat.
Hey, sis.
Yeah.
It's been said that the Federal Reserve is now the Treasury Department.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
And he's been forcing them to buy back all the debt. That's why, allegedly and supposedly, we're not supposed to have any debt.
That's right. Exactly what he's doing.
To begin with. But to me, didn't somebody else say they bought up all the debt a while ago?
Well.
Biden is only going to pay off $50,000 as student loan debt. $50,000? Is he serious? One person holds $50,000 and more. So he's promising or thinking about doing $50,000. I read that. I said, he got to be. So that's not buying up anybody's debt if he's the one that's going to be the one doing the buying.
Well, let's stick to one topic at a time. Sis, bear with us, sweet pea. All right, y'all. I finally found my doggone mic setting, so hopefully that's right. I apologize. I was trying to get it right. So, as Brother Sean say, let's get back to BlackRock. You done brought it up, sis, and people been dropping the family in the chat. They've been dropping that knowledge. So we gonna get back to the student loan debt in just a second. So a shout out to Aquarian. First of all, Lance said BlackRock has been buying up a lot of companies right now. Mm-hmm. Absolute. We're talking huge. Am I right or am I wrong? We're talking heavy hitters. Heavy hitters behind the scenes they've been secretly buying up. Okay. And then Aquarian says BlackRock bought Ancestry back in August. Huh.
Ancestry.com?
Yeah.
Filer?
So why would they be doing that? Keeping track of who is whom and who knowing who they really are?
Wait a minute.
Okay. That's interesting. Brother Land says they bought some pharmaceutical companies too. I'm going to pull them up and get the names for you. And then Aquarian says BlackRock also buying a lot of warehouse properties as well. Oh, I'm sorry, Helenise. I apologize. Brother, calling you a sis. My bad. I can only go on the name sometime. Okay, yeah, okay. New what? Brother Sean, your mic is low. I thought it was me because my ass is loud. So, right. So yeah. So basically, BlackRock, it is what it is. They're showing you what they're doing, but you just have to follow it. We're just so happen to be smart enough to be following it. So the Fed Reserve, I want to say over the last 2 years, Brother Sean, that they started reporting up to the U.S. Treasury? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. I thought it was. The last two years they started reporting up to the U.S. Treasury, and you're right. They are buying back a lot of debt. As a matter of fact, the only reason that this shit hasn't recollapsed is because they are buying back a lot of debt. Okay.
You know, on that pharmacy part, I understand that they're having, China does a lot of the pharmacist stuff. Mm-hmm. They're trying to bring the pharmacy costs down, and that is a fight that he's having with the globalists, too, because they make big money off this pharmacy stuff. And, of course, China has been responsible for bringing a lot of the illegal drugs like fentanyl and all that kind of stuff into this country.
With they bootleg ass. Yeah, go ahead, sis.
Yeah. Well, this country is going to China. Biden has been an agent for China for a long time. So, and the news media has blocked that because Glenn Beck talked about, that a couple of years, about 18 months ago or so, and they kept all that secret. And then that boy of his got that notebook, and laptop, and I listened to Giuliani, and he was showing pictures off that laptop, and and sharing things that he has written on there. But the news people they're doing like China. They're doing a news block, blackout, that you can't get the real truth about nothing. That's why they're dropping YouTube. They're doing all that kind of stuff.
Over in China or over here?
No, over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Biden has been dealing with China for a long time. They said it's a mob that's been going on for about 30, 40 years. So if people want some deliverance, they're not going to get it the way they think they're going to get it, by trusting anybody.
Yeah, that's for sure, sis. That's for sure. Because at the end of the day, it's just a masquerade. That's all it is. Because while even those that know, the true going ons with the financial world and what's really going on, it's all still a masquerade, because all of them behind the scenes shaking in their damn boots on what's going to happen with, this vibration realm rising and the planet changing.
Oh, Sister Cheryl said Blackstone. It wasn't BlackRock that bought.
Yeah, Blackstone. Wait a minute, Oh, it was Blackstone? Okay. Yeah. Well, Blackstone now.
I don't know them.
I know them. Carrie used to sit on the board of Blackstone. Go look up the board of directors of Blackstone and trace back that history of that company. It will make your mouth drop. Huh?
That was Blackwater.
Blackwater?
Yeah.
No, it's a Blackstone, gal. I'm with Sis Cheryl. Let me just do a quick wiki. Because I remember that, because I had the opportunity, which I'm so glad it didn't work out, to work on a project that was going to be involving that particular company. And I was like, to myself, like, this gonna be interesting. I'll have to find it. Yep. I knew it. Here it is. Do.
What is it?
The Blackstone Group.
Oh, I don't know Blackstone.
I know them. I knows them. She's right. So hold on a second, family. Let me set up here and share this. So hold on a second.
Why everything gotta be black?
Because that's that melanin power, baby.
I know it. That's why they want that girl and Biden her out of the office and that girl to take over so she can make the magic for him. But she ain't really black. She South Indian.
All right. Let me try to find. This be burning me up, y'all. I'm trying to bring it on so y'all can see it when I see it.
But there is a Blackwater also.
Yeah. I can't.
Blackwater's in Afghanistan.
Yeah, maybe Blackwater. Yeah, Blackwater, Brother Sean, is the military who got all them damn military contracts. And what's his name? They used to call him Darth Vader. I was rolling, y'all. I promise y'all I was rolling. They was calling Blood Darth Vader. People are motherfucking trip. That served as vice pres Cheney.
Oh, Halliburton.
Right. Remember they was getting all them contracts and stuff?
Yeah. Halliburton.
Yeah, but that was connected with that Blackwater stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is the thing, y'all, while I try to get this to come up, y'all. God doggone it, shit. It's technology. My brain moves faster than it. That Halliburton name.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was chilling, minding my business when I was doing research for the show. Baby, let me tell you something. Why that Halliburton name is a black nobility name?
Mm-hmm.
My mouth dropped. I said, get the out of here. When I saw it, I'll have to dig back through my notes, y'all. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I even pulled the family crest.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm going to say that again. That Halliburton name is a black nobility name. I found the family crest and my mouth dropped. So all of this shenanigans that be going on with these corporations, I'm going to try to explain it with my hands before I get I was looking for my notebook. I got to get a fresh piece of paper. It's like this, y'all. Dang on it. Got so many books, y'all. All right, let me get a fresh piece of paper to draw it out. Draw out these org charts. So, all right. We're going to do it this way so y'all can start getting the picture. Okay? Just bear with me. I'm just drawing it out. Bear with me. Okay, I'm almost done. This is how it works. Trying to see when y'all can see it on YouTube. I'm just drawing out an example of an org chart for you all. So, at the top of it, I'm showing you the black nobility that runs everything. And then up under it, they set stuff up in trust. Okay? And then they farm stuff out and break it up into holding companies who then has subsidiary companies. But you best believe that the main owners and shareholders are up here. Okay? So they split the shit up between between the black nobility families. And then it rolls down, down, down. But ultimately, I'm being generous by saying 90% of the wealth is held up here at this black nobility level. Okay? So you can do this by each particular empire. All right? But it's the same exact structure. All right? So when we sitting up here, hopefully y'all saw that. I hope y'all saw that. I'll put it back up there so you can see what the hell I was talking about. Okay? So, hopefully when we sitting up here explaining, that's why I'm so strong when we be talking specifics about these particular organizations. That's why I'm so strong with follow the money and know who is whom. So these people if you see them in the public, they ain't running shit. If you hear about their names, they ain't running shit. It's called the hidden hand for a reason. And even the structure that I put up, you also have to include in there what they are calling countries or nations. Those are corporations. But all of it is held in trust. Why do you think when we pull those charters early on, when we were in the Black Nobility series, and when we did the Real Pilgrims, the true story of immigrants coming to America, which we are going to get back on that next year, what they're calling next year, y'all. We know that really ain't next year. In January, we're going to get back on there. When we pulled those early charters and read through them, It told you what had to go down. It told you that it was a trust and how the king appointed trustees and how all of the monies made had to be rolled back up to the king and his heirs forever and ever and ever and ever, 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 ever. He don't give a damn if you got to change the seals, all of that. So when these folks that are in these political offices, that's all the way down to the county and city level, all the way up to the federal level. When they take that oath, it is to the corporation. So the press and them of the U.S., they answer to trustees. They ain't running shit. They answer to trustees. It's the same with all of the business in the Americas, around the world. It's the same. Thanks to Brother 832, he put us up on the Pacers. We pulled the shit the best that we could, and we went through that, and we showed you all of these heavy hitter names that people keep naming. The Rockefellers and them, and y'all know the rest of them names. I ain't trying to say it, and we just got the little stream back to healthy. They ain't shit in comparison to who really run it. We went through that, showing how all of any possible industry, heavy-hitting company that you can possibly think of in the Americas. Now, that's just the Americas. These folks own 98% of it. And it showed you how those other heavy-hitting names that starts with the R's and all of that were hired to run those corporations. And they only got a very small percentage of the total wealth of the companies. Now, if we're considering these billionaires to be balling, how much wealth are we really, really talking about if they ain't shit? We keep telling you all this is about business. This is about an empire that conquered and is doing business on the land, and they and theirs are benefiting from it. And they boys them that they appoint in these positions to run their business. So when we talk about these different political people, I want you all to always keep in mind, think with this. Not so much with this. Process it, but this needs to be open. Because you are not sitting in that seat of power. You are placed in that seat of power, and you're going to do what you're told. So I don't care if it's Trump, stump, lump, flump, any of that. Q, elemento, P, nem, I done said it, and I'm going to keep saying it. It doesn't matter. And the thing that I keep telling you all, it's about the changing of the ages. It's about the frequencies. Millionaires watch the market. Billionaires watch the cosmos. Trillionaires know the ages. So don't think for 1 minute, or 1 second or 1 nanosecond, that the reset of the financial system is just because. They're resetting the shit because we're entering into a new age. So the shit they did before with their currency, why do you think they call it currency? It can't ride no more in the new frequency. All right? So, here we go, just real quick. On the Blackstone. Now y'all hear that damn thing? I'm gonna have to turn that bitch off. It's pissing me off. Now I be loud all day, every day, y'all. I be on in meetings, but you decides to come on and ask me if I got a question. Now that's way over in the room. 2 motherfucking rooms over. But every time I get up punch this air, you wants to kick on and ask me, did I ask you something? No, I ain't asked you a goddamn thing. Stop listening. So, but anyhow, the Blackstone Group. The Blackstone Group is an American private equity alternative investment management firm as the largest alternative investment firm in the world. Blackstone specializes in private equity, credit, and hedge fund investment strategies. Blackstone's private equity business has been one of the largest investors in leverage buyouts in the last decade, while its real estate business has actively acquired commercial real estate. Since its inception, Blackstone has invested in such notable companies as Hilton Worldwide, Merlin Entertainments Group, Performance Food Group, EQ Offices, Republic Services, Ally Barton, United Biscuits, Freescale Semi, Conductor, Vivint, and Travelport. Ooh, I hope y'all dumped that piece of shit, Travelport. That's a hot mess of a company. Blackstone was founded in 1985 as a merger and acquisition firm by Peter G. Peterson and Stephen A. Schwarzman, who had an Swartz Black Nobility series. We pulled the crest for that too. That name Swartz. Number one, it means black. And we pulled the crest, black. Melanated people. All right? All right, so Stephen A. Schwarzman, who had previously worked at Lehman Brothers. In 2007, Blackstone became a public company with $4 billion IPO, becoming one of the first major private equity firms to list shares in its management company on the public stock market. Blackstone is headquarters in blah, 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 in Manhattan. Okay. So they have additional offices in Dublin, Dusseldorf, London, Luxembourg, Paris, Sydney, Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, Beijing, Shanghai, Mumbai, and Dubai. Damn. So basically all over. As of 2019, the company's total assets under management were approximately $545 billion. In 2019, Blackstone converted from being a publicly traded partnership into being a corporation. All right, so I'm trying to get down. Okay, see y'all, we ain't coming to F around tonight. Let me just right on quick sip this water. We're not going to go too deep. I just want to prove a point to you all how these holding companies, how it all rolls up ultimately. The Blackstone Group was founded by Peter G. Peterson and Stephen A. Schwarzman with $400 in seed capital. Hopefully y'all can see me with my motherfucking lips twisted to the side. So you finna tell me that in 1985, you took 400,000 and you made it into 545 billion.
Wow.
That's what you finna tell me.
Yep.
You took 400,000 and you made it into $545 billion. $500 billion. 85, 2005, 2015, 2020. So in 35 years, that's what you finna sit up and tell me? Seed capital. Okay. The founders name their firm Blackstone. So why do y'all think they named that shit Blackstone? I want you to think on an esoteric level. Why did they name it Blackstone? Isn't there a black cube that folk walk around and worship? What does that black cube represent? Does it not represent Saturn? What did I tell you all earlier? I told you millionaires watch markets, billionaires watch the cosmos, trillionaires and who really run it watch the ages, baby. So that Saturn energy is a gatekeeper energy. So do your own research on what the energy of Saturn is. So they have been utilizing the energy from the realm to their benefit. They've been getting over hand and fist. They have been utilizing the realm's energy to create and keep these systems going. They didn't just wake up out of the bed and say Blackstone is a cool name to name it. God damn it, they named it for a reason. All right. The founders named their firm Blackstone, which is a cryptogram derived from the name of two founders, Schwartzman and Peterson. Now, see, the sister, I don't lie to y'all. I does my research. Schwartz is German for black. You see this? Schwartz is German for black. Peter or Petra in Greek means stone or rock. All right, they can tell you that. I'm telling you why they really did it. But shout out for y'all for admitting that Schwartz is German for black. I truly, truly appreciate you, boo. The two founders had previously worked together at Lehman Brothers. Let me take sips of water. Y'all remember the Golden Girls, the little short Sophia that always cracked on people? Mm-hmm. Picture it. America, 2007. All of the world's financial markets crashed because of something called derivatives. Some shit that people didn't really understand. And emergency meetings had to be called, and presidential candidates had to stop what the fuck they was doing, and the Treasury had to go behind locked doors to fix the shit. And they had to sit around the table, so they say, and make a decision who gonna make it and who ain't gonna make it. So, who didn't make it? Lehman Brothers, which is a very, very old company. Lehman Brothers got put on the motherfucking chopping board. Okay? If you ever want to know truly what happened to the housing market crisis and understand what those derivatives mean, which was basically nothing but placing bets on the falling of the financial market and the financial companies, the Lehman Brothers, or the banks, the Lehman Brothers, JP Morgan Chase, well, not Chase, Morgan Stanley, and all they motherfucking asses, the investment firms, taking these bets. And when that shit crashed, but then on the other side, the banking sector was lending out money. You know, people were putting their motherfucking pet's name on housing applications, getting approved for housing loans. And then behind them, the Fed Reserves was printing the shit like water. So you mean to tell me they didn't know the shit was going to collapse? And that those bets that Lehman Brothers, Morgan Stanley, and them made, that them bitches was going to have to cover that, and it was going to collapse the total market. Check out the movie called The Big Short. It goes into it perfectly. So Lehman Brothers was left out dry, okay? So the two founders had previously worked together at Lehman Brothers. At Lehman, Schwarzman served as head of Lehman Brothers Global Merger and Acquisition. Prominent investor banker Roger C. Altman, another Lehman veteran, left his position as managing director of Lehman Brothers to join Peterson and Schwarzman at Blackstone in 1987, but left in 1992 to join the Clinton administration as Deputy Treasury Secretary. I'm gonna sip my motherfucking water to the side on that one. You say what now? You say Blood, who started Blackstone with $400,000. That grew into $545 billion. Who so happened to work at Lehman Brothers. Who so happened to left there. To go work in the Clinton administration as Deputy Treasury Secretary. And they trying to convince you that this shit ain't connected? That it's all ran by the same people? Most of those treasurers come from the banking community because it's all connected. All right, so from the outset in 1985, Schwarzman and Peterson planned to enter the private equity business, but had difficulty in raising the first funds because neither had a leveraged buyout. Blackstone finalized fundraising for its private equity fund in the aftermath of what? The 1987 stock market crash. After 2 years of providing strictly advisory services, Blackstone decided to pursue a merchant banking model after its founders determined that many situations required an investment partner rather than an advisor. The largest investor in the first fund included Prudential Insurance Company, Nico Securities, and General Motors Pension Fund. Now, I can't remember if Prudential was on the list of companies that the pursuers were managing, but I do know General Motors was on that bitch. Can't remember all of the insurance companies. I'll have to pull that document for you all again. All right. And so it's just going to go on to say most notable investment management, Blackstone entered into a 50-50 partnership with the founders of BlackRock, Larry Fink, and Rouse. And so even Larry served in one of the administrations. I think it was Clinton them. All right. So I'm not going to read all of this. So you can just read through this and kind of just see the origins of Blackstone. Oh, wait a minute, baby. We can't miss this. Woo-hoo-hoo. So if you just peruse through this, you can see some of the big ones. Now, real quick, this caught my eye. AIG, that was the company that held the most derivative bets during the 2007/2008 housing market crash. They had to, meaning the Secretary of Treasury, the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, had to pump a bunch of money in IAG because the entire world's financial system was going to crash if they did not. So, in 1998, Blackstone sold a 7% interest in its management company to AIG, valuing Blackstone at $2.1 billion. I keep telling y'all, all this stuff is connected. All right, so this is the last time. I promise y'all we're going to go on back. We're going to stop after this. Early 2000s. In October 2000, Blackstone acquired the mortgage for 7 World Trade Center from the Teachers Insurance and Annuity Association. In July 2002, Blackstone completed fundraising for a $6.45 billion equity fund. Blackstone Capital Partners, the largest private equity fund at the time. So you mean to tell me in 2000, they acquired the mortgage for the 7th World Trade Center? That's the coincidence, right? I wonder how much they got paid when that event happened. Okay. All right. So another company also that carries a lot of weight, another holding company, is Bain Capital as well. Okay. Bain might have even been the one that, the guy that ran for president, the tall guy, the ketchup guy, Kerry might have been associated with that one. It's one of them his ass was associated with, okay? So you can go read that yourself. I just wanted to give you all an example of how these folks move behind the scenes. All right, so I'll stop. Okay, Brother Sean, you have any, go ahead on with the fuckery for the family. Or maybe not. Uh-oh, sis, you there? All right, YouTube family, hold on a second. Let me see what happened to them. Okay. All right, Brother Sean. can go ahead up with the fuckery. I see where my mic is working again, so I guess I got nuked. Whatever.
You already know.
Exactly. Go ahead on with it, brother.
Why hasn't Kamala Harris resigned from her Senate seat yet?
What?
Yeah, I mean, if you vice president, why you still hold on to that Senate seat?
She trying to make sure she really got the job. That's like putting in your motherfucking 2-week notice and you ain't got that offer letter.
Right.
they rescind your offer and you get your motherfucking feelings hurt because you done quit your other job. Baby, let me sip this water and go to the side. Continue.
Nah. All our people are, so many of our people are happy that they think this dude and that chick didn't won.
Child.
That's crazy. That is so crazy.
I mean, the whole system got to go, so I could care less either way.
Right.
The fact is, they honestly believe that or don't give a fuck.
Right.
Either way, those are motherfuckers we can't trust. They willing to take the vaccine.
The first woman was a melanated woman, too. The first person.
A whole bunch of people that died from that.
Right.
I mean, the point is, motherfuckers still that asleep in this day and age. How?
Right.
Can you be that fucking stupid in the information age?
Child.
Are your feelings that fragile that the truth don't matter? I don't give a fuck who hate Trump.
Right.
You also hate the truth. That's the problem. If you hate the truth, then you don't even know who the fuck you are. That's why you choosing the system. That's why you fighting over who gonna lead you.
Right.
What the fuck is wrong with you that you need to be led?
Right.
But y'all call each other kings, queens, gods, and goddesses. But at the same time, claiming a slave history.
Right.
That never occurred the way they said it occurred. These motherfuckers that lied about everything.
Yep.
And I ain't talking about the pale people. They learned to lie like that. They didn't know shit.
Right.
Nothing. Who takes credit for teaching them? So, if they take credit for teaching them, who's in power? We know these things ain't. They still trying to figure us out. They've been doing a pretty good job while we've been distracted. The document we've been reading is proof of that. They wasn't studying the other pale people to figure that shit out.
Right.
They wasn't studying the other pale people to figure that shit out. They wasn't studying the other pale people to figure that shit out. They wasn't studying the other pale people to figure that shit out. They wasn't studying the other pale people to figure that shit out.
Right.
And why do you think you're being distracted now? That solar eclipse was supposed to have been worldwide.
Sure
It was.
was.
Supposed to be seen from everywhere.
Yep.
We got cloudy skies, rain, snow. They was trying to block y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But y'all chasing around after their bullshit.
Exactly.
That's what they're distracting you from. The reset is about your energy, about your soul. It ain't got shit to do with no money. There is no money. Like Sis said, currency. The only currency they're talking about is your energy currency.
That's right.
And you're keeping their program alive. They don't have the energy, the current for it. You're the creator. And you create hell for yourself. And complain about it. But you ask for it.
Yep.
You speak it into existence every day.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not paying attention. All this shit China is going through, Mama is tearing their ass up.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all actually think that they can take over this country? They're being paid to do what they're doing.
Well, well.
They're over there starving to death. Going through all type of atrocities, eating each other, stealing each other organs. And you think they got the time to come fuck with us?
Right.
Especially with so many of us awake now. You think they ain't watching what we post and what we say?
We a witness to that.
Exactly. You think they don't feel your energy? I ain't talking about the weak motherfuckers. I'm talking about y'all that's on this call.
That's right.
They feel what you putting out.
That's right.
Be who you are. Period. Leave all that bullshit alone.
Indeed.
That paperwork ain't got shit to do with you.
Yes.
This corporate selection, election, ain't got shit to do with you.
Indeed.
The game over. They fighting for control. They honestly don't like each other. But that still ain't got shit to do with us.
Indeed.
We
Indeed.
need to be getting rid of all of it and all of it. If that's not your focus, then you didn't already sign back on. You're not even a factor. We don't even have to deal with you. You already done for. It's all about the build, family. What we doing next. 21st is right there. What are we going to manifest? We know about all the bullshit and who and what's going to be left behind.
Indeed.
But what are we looking forward to? I hope it's not another system. Because if that's your thoughts behind the scene or secretly, you already done for too. Mama ain't having nobody's bullshit.
That's right.
It's all about the frequency. If your frequency ain't up, it's over. Period. Y'all can't even hear us if you're vibrating too low.
That's right.
That's why we ain't got all them damn viewers. Motherfuckers can't hear us. A lot of y'all couldn't find the channel until you were ready, until your frequency was right.
That's right.
That's when you found us. That's when you found your way back home. And we love y'all. We appreciate every one of y'all. I digress.
All right, now, Brother Sean, give you your hand clap. I don't know why my stuff don't want to work tonight. Give you your hand clap, brother. Okay, I don't know why I can't hear the hand clap. Come on, hand clap. Work with a sister tonight. It ain't gonna work for me tonight. All right, then, brother. So, absolutely on point as usual. Let me see if my bomb. All right, I ain't hearing it, YouTube. I don't know if y'all hearing it. I'm just so over the sound not working. Something got out of whack, but what else is new? Okay, family. So, shout out to all of the, I see folks in the house from Brother Top Cat's show. So, shout out to you all as well. Flamethrower, Tanari, Sis Tanari, I'm born here. I saw Copperhead up in here. No, I'm missing somebody. Even Shrugs, peace and love, beloved Shrugs. We was chopping it up earlier on Top Cat's show. So, shout out to you all, beloved. I'm born here. Good to see you, beloved. Good to see you here as well. So shout out to all of you as well. Brother Top Cat's dropped a video, y'all. Damn it, I should have had the name. It's a couple of days ago. Why he traced who's the founder of the Boule? Baby, that video was fire. So go check the brother out. He's going to do another build. He's not sure if he's going to do it Friday or Sunday. So keep checking his page. He's been hitting on the Black European series. He's been hitting hard, y'all. He's been digging under some stones that I've never seen anyone touch upon. That Black Boule thing, I was like, whoa. Okay, it makes sense now.
Okay.
Huh?
King was Boule.
All of them was. And then, let me sip my water. Baby, let me tell you something.
In fact, he was in a leading position at the time he got killed.
Child, let me tell you something. You and I know that. The family callers know that. But you know, people gets up in their feelings because they don't want to look at the truth for what it is. Absolutely. But yeah, he traced it back to the origin of it, y'all. And when I tell you, it's going to blow y'all mind, but it's going to make perfect sense. And it ties back just like I done sat up here and told y'all. Hidden hand. Don't nothing move without that hidden hand. Okay? All right, family. So, with that said, where we going? All right, brother 832, you still in the queue. I'm glad you in the chat, brother. Because you know we gets to run in our mouth. So I'm glad to see you in the chat chopping it up with the family. So let me bring you on, brother. Oh, and I have to let you know, brother, somebody reached out to me, another channel. Dang, and I got to get the person's channel. They asked for permission to use a clip from one of our particular shows. And then I got a notification that they used it, and which was fine, which, of course, that was fine. I didn't have an issue with it. But I just so happened to check. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I saw part of that. I heard, rather, part of the clip that he used was you speaking, brother 832. So you becoming a little celebrity, brother, in these YouTube squeaks. So let me bring you on. I didn't listen to it at all. I just heard your voice. So I don't even know what it was about. Peace and love, brother 832.
Rhonda! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up!
Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed.
You got out the witness protection program this week, huh?
Woo, baby. Go ahead, brother 832.
I wanted to continue on with the unofficial fuckery report.
Yes, go ahead.
What I was trying to lay out there was, and much respect to, let me remind exactly, on July 2nd, 2020, when Sister Sarah put the declaration out into the ether, do you know what coincided that day? It's not important, but you know who was arrested?
Who?
Elaine Maxwell.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
That same night, and then 2 days later, the occupant of the People's House would go to the great South Dakota and Mount Rushmore and proclaim the so-called 4th of July.
Child.
Now, in Sister Cheryl's declaration, that she just made an oblique reference to some hundreds of thousands of acres of agricultural land acquired and owned by the Chinese government. Now, of course, we are all making speculations when we talk about these things because we can neither confirm nor deny. However, what I was sharing in the chat, you can go to foreignpolicy.com, and this particular article, and I'm going to be bouncing around it because I'm trying to, I'm sharing it tonight from memory, but there are some key specific points that I'd like to share for people's consideration that I brought up in the chat. Let me first state that in the article, according to whoever this reporter was in foreignpolicy.com, the state's land, now that is the so-called state of Texas, the Republic of Texas, the original Six Flags over Texas, allegedly 95% of our land is privately owned. Let me say that one more time. 95% of the land in the state of Texas is privately owned. Can either of all three of you comment on that before I go further? What your first initial thought is of that?
Well, I wish Go ahead, sis. I'm trying to get my headphones together.
Family owns quite a bit of it, a lot of it. They own some. Yeah. They didn't sell it. It's supposed to be some type of a reservation reserved for our people only, and they can't get it. The European can't buy it, but I heard that, so I didn't know.
How about you, Brother Sean?
Land patents.
Okay. Well, I'm going to intertwine another little anecdotal
talk about
story
that, but go ahead, brother.
Go along. I'm going to intertwine another anecdotal story, just the bits and pieces along what Sandra just stated. Are you familiar with Lake Livingston, Sandra? When's the last time you've been to Texas?
Oh, it's been years since I've been to Texas.
Lake Livingston. This is another anecdotal story, and I'm going to circle back to the foreignpolicy.com report about this particular wind farm outside of Laughlin Air Force Base. I was shared with a friend of mine recently that a family named Smith and Johnson, but I think primarily the Smith family, as in melanated people, own the entirety of what is referred to as Lake Livingston. And for 95 years, from the year 1900 to 1995, they repeatedly sued before the Texas legislature and have been awarded a settlement and have controlling interest of all the land where most of these foreign albino, white Europeans, whatever you want to call them, have inhabited this land around Lake Livingston. They are now their tenants, as in circling back to the real pilgrims, Rhonda, and were awarded $1 million per year or $95 million settlement, including authorizing that they own that land, which, of course, we know no one owns Mama Earth. But again, I'm just using it for the example of our conversation. And again, back to the reporting of foreignpolicy.com, 95% of the state of Texas is privately owned. In the case of this particular story, which, if you're not familiar with Will Hurd, he's allegedly the only African-American biracial Republican member of the House who is running out the door like Snagglepuss exit stage left. And as he is running out the door, where his district goes from San Antonio to El Paso, this 140,000 acres of land was bought surreptitiously by a company called GH America Energy, which is a subsidiary of a Chinese-owned company that was created by a former People Liberation Army military officer, meaning a part of the Chinese military, who is one of the largest landholders supposedly in a province. I believe it's called Xinjiang, spelled Xinjiang. The company in charge, the Chinese company, I think is called Gongwei. The spelling, I don't have the article in front of me, but when you go and you can bring the article up, it talks about how this is an interesting thing happening deep in the heart of Texas.
Yeah, I heard about it.
See if I can pull this article up. Deep in the heart of Texas, a Chinese wind farm raises eyebrows. The date of this article is June 25th, 2020. Authored by Jack Deach, Robbie Gramer. Members of Congress fear Beijing could use the facility for espionage and economic warfare, but the Trump administration is set to let it move forward. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this article up, and you can go on, because this is a very lengthy article. When you talk about these foreign policy articles, and when they come from outside America, you know, they go into 1,000 words, 10,000 words, you know, in length, because they go deep into it. Now, this was raised by the former Air Force general back in 2017. The actual acquisition of land, which was done surreptitiously through some other holding company, as you use the word, holding company, in Brazos, I forgot the exact name of the company, I have to scroll too far down to get in the story, but they acquired the land in 2018. It was unknown how and who did the acquisition. Back to your surreptitious flow chart that you talked about, using the pesos as an example. In addition, it only exposed this individual when they lobbied to have a piece of legislation because a French-owned windmill farm operation popped up out of the blue in 2017 without, you know how they love to have their conservancy organization. Right. Supposedly we're protecting the bald eagle, bats, and butterflies, you see. But we can kill Negroes without punishment. But we need to conserve wildlife, dogs, and kitties. Right? But anyway, I digress. As Will Hurd, the solo Negro Republican in the House, kind of like Tim Scott, the solo Negro Republican senator that the Republican Party likes to have to give themselves cover because these Albions say they have black friends, who was a former military intelligence officer himself and in the CIA, is on his way out from retiring, and I'll use air quotes on retiring, because being disconcerted about a lily white party. But of course, he's not going to call out his Republican Party. What he is going to say is the national security interests of this nation are being woefully ignored. But excuse, is this a Republican administration currently occupying the White House or not?
Yeah.
Is this Trump's, and I think it's Chris Cuomo has now dubbed them the Retrumplicans. Okay.
They always got some names.
George W. Bush became president in 2000. I'm circling back to your statement about the crash, 2007, 2008. That's during W's administration, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is.
1987 is in Reagan's administration, correct?
Yes, it is.
20 years
yes.
apart, we're having two Republican administrations and financial chicanery that takes the stock market and the economy almost to oblivion, right? 1987, 2007. I think that's what I heard you referencing.
Yes, that is
that
correct.
All of a sudden gave us Blackstone out of, like a phoenix rising out of the ashes.
Right.
So Blackstone miraculously comes into being in 1985. In 1987, takes advantage of a financial questionable.
Well,
issue.
tell it.
Then in 2007, takes advantage of a financial chicanery and questionable operations, right? I don't know. I'm just making observations when I'm hearing what you're stating with your reporting and that, because I'm still continuing the unofficial fuckery report.
Right, right.
This 140,000 acreage tract is in between Del Rio and somewhere on the way western, boondocks, if you will, of Texas, all right? Their concern is these 700-foot windmill turbines will cause problems for low, flying exercises of the Air Force Base. Okay, but now the creation of electricity and the deregulation under Republican authority, by the way, because remember, Bush became president in 2000, meaning he was the outgoing governor of Texas, right?
Yes.
Rick Perry came in his place. Rick Perry, I think the current energy secretary that we still don't hear nothing about, right? He's currently the energy secretary in this current Republican administration, right?
Indeed.
And our wheelchair governor, George Abbott. So for a minimum of 20 years, it's been 100% Republican control of the Lone Star State Republic of Texas, right?
Indeed.
And these Chinese are acquiring what? That is a national security risk that could connect the Chinese Communist government to the electrical grid. But excuse me, isn't the electrical grid public utilities, including nuclear power, because that is part of what creates our electricity, right? That would be one of the top 3 national security issues, wouldn't it?
Yep.
So please explain to me how it is these Chinese, who are late, by the way, because the French already have a wind turbine, but that's not a problem, right? Now the narrative with Hunter Biden, here again, showing the fuckery report. Hunter Biden is horribly evil and wicked and controlled by Chinese and needs to be investigated with special prosecutors, while Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, and Laura Ingraham is screaming bloody murder that Democrats are Chinese agents. In the last 48 hours, what is that? We're saying today, possibly the worst cyber attack in American history.
That's
that
what they
now
claim.
Expanded from the Commerce Department, the Treasury Secretary. The NSA and the DOD have been included in the last 24 hours?
Now that I didn't know. So that's pretty much everything and everybody.
Yep.
Okay, so then my question to you is, the reason for the season, White Baby Jesus, how many Christmases now? Who hasn't been hacked, Rhonda?
I don't know.
Has
who
Walmart
hasn't.
been hacked?
Yeah.
Has Target been hacked?
Yeah.
Has Amazon been hacked?
I
Apple.
can't remember, but yeah, I know
Facebook.
Apple has. Yep.
Well, okay, now, you did mention The Big Short. You watched The Great Hack that explained to us about Cambridge Analytica?
Yes.
And data analytics?
Yep.
And
on
big
Netflix,
data?
right?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's 2016. that gave us Russian, I'm using air quotes, collusion. That the occupant of the White House said has never been proven. So no collusion, no collusion. Well, collusion is not illegal. You and I having a conversation right now are colluding. Okay? The criminal term is conspiracy.
Right.
Okay? So when two or more people agree to do something illegal, that means to conspire. Now, is hacking a crime? There's some method to this madness in this, roundabout wandering that I'm saying tonight, because I'm going to underscore it with one simple fact. What is the number one crime federally in the United States of America? Is it not identity
theft? Yep.
In the Great Hack, if you remember that little, Becky, Karen, whatever you want to call her, young woman in her mid-30s who was the whistleblower, do you know she said that year data surpassed oil as an asset? Do you remember? That's a quote.
Yeah, and I sat up. I'm like, do they realize what she's saying?
Oil as an asset. Then she circled back to name Google, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, who are now what on the stock market? Preeminent?
Yep.
Global corporate entities?
Yep.
Now again, data surpass oil as an asset. So then what did Cambridge Analytica teach us in big data? In the acquisition of information? And if you remember, the professor that was the through line in the story from beginning to end was trying to sue to do what? Reclaim his data from the parent company, which was based in England. And guess who helped create Cambridge Analytica as a company? Steve Bannon. And this criminal, and I'm saying criminal in the case, he has been arrested, he has been indicted, he has made bond. Now they call us criminals before we even get arrested, right? So I can safely say this alleged criminal told these ignorant Albions, yeah, we're gonna build a wall if you send me the money and we'll build it privately. You do know that's the scam, right? That Steve Bannon is currently. And when he was arrested, whose yacht was he on? A Chinese billionaire. But I'm supposed to listen to wrestling boss Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham talk about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, Joden R. Biden Jr. are Chinese agents, while the last 4 years the Democrat Party has been saying the Republicans are Russian stooges. Now, who's being made a fool of?
Right.
My sister from another mister. Who's having the dirt stolen from under their feet, though we know the dirt can't go? Where's the dirt going? Where's the land going?
Right.
It ain't going nowhere.
Right.
But we're allowing thieves, liars. Remember I told you about Dirty Money with Killer Mike, his theme song? Lie, cheat, steal, kill, win. Everybody's doing it, but Negroes.
Yep.
Okay. So 95% of the so-called land in the state of Tejas, our Aboriginal, autochthonous American Indian name, Tejas was supposed to mean friend. When we became friendly to these white invaders, what did we get? Genocide? Mass murder? Smallpox? Biological warfare? Attempted extinction, because they have even said paper genocide, because they claim they wiped out the Native American population and then gave us these Mongoloid half-breeds.
Right.
And stamped them, which I guess is just like any other product, made in America, right? So they went and put them on these reservations and displayed them like, remember those cigar store Indians?
Right.
But those Indians didn't look like them. Remember Chief Roanoke? Because I know you're going to go back to it when you get to wrapping up with the real Pilgrims. Remember that smoke coming out of the nostrils of that heavily melanated.
He was
chief.
heavily melanated, indeed.
That was the logo of the entire tobacco industry. And the Roanoke colony in Virginia is still a mysterious colony to this day, right? They still haven't explained the disappearance of that colony.
Right.
That preceded Jamestown.
Right.
Okay? But when we go look at these things, we can't look at them but through their eyes. We can't see things as us being the center. And I'll wrap up with reminding you with your latest addiction, Lovecraft Country. When that blonde, blue-eyed Albion got struck by that hybrid, half-breed, high yellow mulatto child, that the sister of the famous French actor, as Dave Chappelle calls him, you know him.
Oh, yeah.
Juicy Smollett.
Yes, Smollett.
His baby sister Journey. Okay.
Melanated
What she
people
tell that
mess.
crazy white bitch?
We took
bitch?
the magic away from you. That's right.
You have gone me from magic. Not just that. Every white person on Mama Earth. Because we don't get it. We're clueless. And as I've said before, again, the largest number one crime is stealing who we are. And Neely Fuller Jr., the mentor of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, his famous quote is, until you fully understand, I stress the word fully, understand white supremacy, all that you think you know will only confuse you. Because all of you invaders from Saturn, and this is now the season of Saturnalia, in case y'all didn't know, the so-called Christmas is the season of Saturnalia. From alternate realities, dimensions, and universe, and from all over Mama, who seems to try to find their way on my front doorstep, kicking in my door, stealing my shit, kidnapping my woman, terrorizing my children, and trying to lynch my black ass on a tree, just like the crucifixion scene of that brother in Lovecraft Country, right? Mm-hmm. You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. And I yield.
All right, brother 832. I had to go back to the old school bomb for that, baby. All right, brother 832. Thank you so much. It's good hearing from you as always. All right, family. I'm trying to mute you, brother. The equipment acting up. All right, so that's our brother 832. He getting famous up in these YouTube squeaks. So, all right, family, shout out to my mods. They are on their job. I really appreciate y'all. And they have pointed out we got 108 people viewing and 62 likes. Please get the like button. Hit the like button. That helps with the algorithm to get the message out. It ain't costing you a thing. If you in the house, hit the like button. Or if you think I'm full of shit, hit the down button. It is what it is. All right then, family. Okay, so Brother Sean or sis, did you all have anything you want to put on that?
Well, I have to say that being a Texan, I was really surprised they let that dude buy all that land.
Baby, let me tell you something. We finna go up into the BLM, y'all. See, family, if this your first time joining us, this how we be rolling. We do it. We do be having a show plan. Literally, we got material planned. But once we get in these grooves, we gotta take it where the frequency is going. Okay. So y'all was dropping in the chat about the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, when Brother 832 was talking about buying of the land and all of that. And I saw the exchange in the chat where Sis Cheryl said really the land is in trust, which it is. And Brother 832 pointed out the land really could not be owned. And then somebody in the chat says something, it may have been Brother 832, says something about patents. And we're going to talk about those patents because I've kind of gave you all some hints on and off about them patents. And I know it's a lot of people talking about patents, but I'm fenced to sit up here and tell y'all something because I've been going. Y'all know I do's my research. And them patents, just because your folks hold a patent, it's still going to be based on bloodline. Because if your folks are Black Europeans and that patent was issued by the Black nobility boys them, that means that land was taken from some indigenous people. This is how deep this game goes. And I keep telling y'all, the script is the same. It's the same script. So you got everybody coming over here benefiting off of the indigenous people shit. And they call themselves selling something over and 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 over. And they don't own it from the first motherfucking place. So let me give you some clarity on what I mean. Let me sip my water. I'm going to give you clarity. Then we're going to go into this BLM. You need to pull the charters of the states. Pull the original one. Go back to the very origin of that particular state. It is going to tell you who the king issued land to. Did you hear what I just said? Go back and pull the charters. I'm talking them original charters. You know them charters that King George, melanated ass, issued? Go pull them charters. A charter in their particular world gives the authority to do business. Go pull them charters. And you're going to see who he started issuing land to. And then what land was set aside, quote, quote, for the indigenous people. Then take your quote, quote, land patterns and start matching that shit up. And I'm fenced to tell you, it's finna be a lot of hurt motherfucking feelings up in here. It's finna be a lot of hurt motherfucking feelings up in here. Because just because you hold a patent don't mean that you are entitled to the land. That's why a lot of people can't really get the claim. Because those black nobility did not have the authority to issue a goddamn thing. Because it wasn't theirs to give. So it don't matter if King George, Queen this one, King that one, President this one, that one. It don't matter who motherfucking issued it. It's based on your family bloodline. You better be able to tie your family bloodline back to the land, and it bet not tie to motherfucking Europe. I am telling you now. I'm telling you now, you gonna get some hurt motherfucking feelings up in here. We then took and told y'all, we're in the knowing now. We are overturning all the motherfucking stones. We getting to the point where we see them little motherfucking bugs that be hiding under the rocks. Baby, we turning them bitches over. So don't think them patents gonna save you, baby. Because we know how to trace it. Just because it was documented in such and such so law, and you got this particular piece of paper, all we got to do is pull the motherfucking charters. And we going to see whom they issued them land to. And we can trace those names and see how it changed hands over and over and over and over and over and over again. So all of this shit is fraudulent.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we keep telling you paperwork is not going to get you out of it. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead on.
Land patents didn't stop them from taking shit.
Sure didn't. They double-crossed the double-cross.
It's war. That's the bottom line. They took shit. If people not paying attention to the fact that Trump is supposed to be the leader of the free world, and you see the way they fucked him. So what do they really care about you and anything that you say?
They don't give a damn. No fucks are given.
People think that the lawsuits that Trump was trying to bring is frivolous because the Supreme Court denied Texas.
Mm-hmm.
That was over original jurisdiction. They didn't have the jurisdiction to be hearing it. People
That
not
makes
paying
sense.
attention to what's lawfully and legally being done. They showing you the loopholes in all this fraud. That's if you want to buy into it. This is all part of the new era, the new offer. They're going to teach you how to navigate through this shit a little bit to make you comfortable, to lure you back to sleep.
Right.
Everybody on Mama want to be here. They all taken from us. Everybody.
Yep.
So, what is it do you expect anybody else to do for us when they all want what's ours?
Indeed.
They've taken our names, our identities, everything about us. They want.
Indeed.
They stealing our organs. They eating us. Healing themselves off of us. Doing everything off of us. The whole world is focused on what's going on here.
True that.
It don't matter what they going through. Mama beating their ass. And they still watching us. And what are we doing? Begging, pleading, fearful, filing paperwork, actually believing that it's going to help. If we're supposed to be going off into a new era and a new earth What does any of this old paperwork, old treaties, got to do with anything in a new era?
Shh.
Y'all still ain't let go. Claim to be conscious, claim to be awoke, claim to be self-aware.
Right.
Some of you very well might be, and you're choosing to stay in the system.
That's right.
That's fine, if that's what you want to do. That ain't got shit to do with the rest of us.
True that.
Why can't you accept that?
Right.
Why do you need more of us to come join in on your fuckery?
Right.
It's because you don't have shit. You don't have a birthright claim to shit over here. But let's say we remove all the water. Are there going to be big holes, or is there some earth underneath it? So, there is no division here for real until motherfuckers decided that they was going to divide shit up.
Right.
And claim shit.
Right.
That they have no right to claim.
That's right.
How did we go from guardians to slaves? You think these few little pale things did this all by themselves?
Right.
I mean, even when we talk about China, they've been piss poor forever. They just now recently started coming up. You think they did that on their own?
Right.
You think the Republicans and Democrats built them up? They just the next patsy that's being used by the hidden hand, by black nobility.
Yep.
It's another fear tactic. And y'all fall into it.
Yep.
Why y'all scared of China? Because you watch some Kung Fu movies? You think they're all Bruce Lee, Jet Li, or Jackie Chan? Who do you think created that shit? The martial arts. Melanated people.
That's right.
These motherfuckers ain't created shit.
That's right.
They don't have any power. And we need to quit giving it to them.
That's right.
They scared of you. They're scared of what you're becoming.
That's right.
That's why they're distracting you, putting all this fear into you.
That's right.
The paperwork is fraudulent. So guess who the land still belongs to? long as you're in the right bloodline.
That's right.
You're telling you it's your blood. It's not what you call yourself. You can call yourself anything.
That's right.
That don't change your bloodline. People change their names all the time for many different reasons. That's why a lot of people can't trace back their bloodline. People changed names.
Right.
People formed alliances, treaties, all that stuff that you don't understand. You didn't sign anything as far as for those treaties. Not one.
That's right.
So how are you a beneficiary of fraudulent paperwork? You're never going to get around the fraud.
That's right.
Ever. I understand what you're trying to do within the system and how it's supposed to work. I get that. I play those games in the system. But then I thought about, what is a privilege compared to what's already mine?
Exactly.
I get rid of your system. I don't need your privileges. I don't need shit from you.
That's right.
I digress.
All right, so I can't do the bombs right now because I got the screen up. So, indeed, Brother Sean. So, great drop, Brother Sean. So, shout out to Brother A New Breed. Yeah, A New Breed is up in the house, y'all. Good to see you, brother. Like I've been stating, check out that brother's channel. He has a lot of heavy stuff on there, but he's also into gardening from a food forest perspective and also on survival. So check out Brother A New Breed's YouTube channel. And then I saw Brother Curameo in the house. Shout out to you, brother. Peace and love to you. Y'all should already know that brother. He brings that bomb-ass information as well. So check out Brother Curameo. I'm sure y'all already done checked him out. Y'all already know who that brother is. So shout out to those brothers as well. Peace and love to you. And peace and love to the new people in the chat. And as well, peace and love to the folks watching and listening. All right, family. So y'all done mentioned BLM. Now, not Black Lives Matter. Y'all see how they be doing the fuckery? The fuckery is real, y'all. So, Bureau of Land Management. Yeah, y'all can see it. The Bureau of Land Management, BLM, is an agency with the United States Department of Interior responsible for administering federal lands with oversight over 247 million acres. It governs 1/8 of the country's land mass. President Harry S. Truman created the BLM in 1947 by combining two existing agencies, the General Land Office and the Grazing Service. The agency manages the federal government's nearly 700 million acres of subsurface minerals estate located beneath federal, state, and private lands, severed from their surface by the rights of the Homestead Act of 1862. Did y'all catch that? I'm fenced to reread that. I'm fenced to reread it. President Harry S. Truman created the BLM in 1946 by combining two existing agencies, the General Land Office and the Grazing Service. The agency manages the federal government's nearly 700 million acres of subsurface mineral estate. Okay, so when we talk about land, you also have to realize, and this brother, he's a Caucasian dude whose family, big money oil. I'm talking set on the OPEC board. Okay. No impassing the Bushes in them. He was the one that put me up on land minerals. I didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. He was the one that put me up on game. He was like, yeah, just because you buy a house or own a house doesn't mean you own the land minerals up under it and even the air rights above. Totally blew me away. Okay? So let's peep game. Let's peep real game to show you how they've been up over here carving up our shit. And let's be clear. I am not going to sit up here and paint the white man as the devil. Because the white man didn't start getting them seats of power until the late 1800s, early 1900s. The shit was set up by, we done discussed this, the hidden hand, black nobility. All right? Okay. Of subsurface mineral estate located beneath federal, state, and private lands severed from their surface rights by the Homestead Act of 1862. So we're going to go in that in a little bit. When we come back, I'll write that down. When we come back in January, we'll go over that. Most BLM public lands are located in these 12 western states: Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming. The mission of the BLM is to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of the public lands for the use and the enjoyment of present and future generations. Originally, BLM holdings were described as land nobody wanted. Let me sip my water and turn to the motherfucking side. Who is primarily located in Alaska, Arizona? Not really too sure if we have a lot of reservations in California, Colorado. I'm not too sure about Idaho, Montana, yeah, Nevada, yeah, New Mexico, yeah. Not too sure about Oregon. I think Utah, Washington, yeah, and Wyoming, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all get where we're going with this?
Mm-hmm.
So when they started homesteading shit and did the Trail of Tears and all of that jazz, when folks were cutting deals with the U.S. corporation and they start setting up those reservations, you see where I'm going with that? Now, not to say that we still don't have reservations across the U.S., but I hope you all are seeing the flavor of what's going on. So that's when we talk about land ownership and patents and all that. That's why I said what the fuck I said. I said what I said. Because fraud is fraud. I don't give a damn if you're melanated. I don't give a damn if you're Caucasian. I don't give a damn if what mix of breed you are. Fraud is fraud. And you can't take something from somebody by force, from their bloodline inheritance, and remix the shit and think you finna keep getting away with it. And you done remixed it and then allowed them to resell it and resell it and resell it and resell it, when bottom line, all of the land is technically held in trust for the benefit of up here.
I want to say something about Texas. I found out. I was kind of ticked off, and I know what you're saying, is that when Spain came in there, they fought the Indians. And then, when the French and the Europeans came, they fought them too. But Spain fought the Indians, and then they kept them in slavery for years. And after the slavery was over, then the King of Spain deeded the land to the people who they took it from. I said, well,
wait a minute. Let me sip to the side. Say that last motherfucking part again.
Then the King of Spain deeded the land back to the Indians that they took it from.
Well, and then on top of that, wasn't France up in the motherfucking mix too? Let's not forget about France. Louis them. Pimpalicious Louis with the motherfucking super flat the clothes and perm. Let's not forget Louis.
I know they were there too. But, because the Indians, we used to fight, especially Geronimo and all those people, they used to fight the Europeans and Spanish and French and all that kind of stuff. And then they have enough nerves to deed the land back to us. It was always in the first place.
And to be honest, they didn't deed the land even back to the Indians. In some case they did. But see, what had happened was they people had assimilated into the Indian culture. So meaning they were marrying into the Indians' bloodline or the indigenous people's bloodline. And they were deeding or issuing patents to the males, to the Spaniard males, to make sure that bloodline had a stake in the land. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I was just saying that's that patriarchy bullshit.
Exactly.
They didn't have shit. All rights, land, and everything went through the woman.
Absolutely.
So that was their whole game plan when they came over here, to marry indigenous women.
Exactly.
I mean, we went all over that about how the white skanks wasn't to be touched. They told them don't even worry about them.
Right.
So you don't want to fuck with that.
Right. Don't. Yeah, they literally told them. We told you. We read it up in white trash. They literally told them, nah, we ain't telling y'all to go mess with the white women. We telling you to go after them Indian women, because it was about bagging that land.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
On a tweet, somebody mentioned that on the Donald Trump tweet, they mentioned about the 400-year history. And I had to comment on that.
They mentioned what? I'm sorry, say that again, Brother Sean.
They mentioned the 400-year history thing in the Nancy Eisenberg book.
Oh, good.
So I had to comment when I saw that. I'm like, as an American Indian, that means you know the truth.
That's right.
Yeah, they do.
And
Tell
you
it.
know, I'm offended by you and Trump, by this whole system. No replies. Anytime you go on any of that patriot shit and mention being indigenous, they ain't got shit to say.
No.
You get no play.
No.
Period.
Nope.
But if you went on there speaking for or against Trump, you're going to get all type of backlash. You mentioned the truth about what they're all trying to hide and won't acknowledge.
Absolutely.
They talk about aliens and everything else.
Right. Right.
I mean, everything.
Yeah.
But not one mention about who you truly are.
Tell it, brother.
Joe Biden went off on quote-unquote black leaders.
Yeah,
And
he
they
did.
got to asking him what he was going to do for them.
Yeah, he sure did.
You did. I heard. I saw that.
I mean, he essentially told them that I said I was going to look into the Charlottesville thing. I did. That's over. He said he's more concerned about the quote-unquote Latin community, that there's going to be more, that there's more of them than it is us.
Child.
That come 2050, we're not even going to be here. But this is who our people
Tell it.
wanted in office.
In office. And cussed us plumb the fuck out because we said go on ahead with that bullshit.
And they still defending him to this very day as if he didn't say that.
Right. Right.
And these people think that we would actually want to build with them. Family, don't fall off into this we're all one bullshit. We're not.
Right.
It's us against the world. Period. And I'm betting on us. I don't know what y'all think. If we got this shit, it's a done deal.
It's a wrap.
That's why they going through all this bullshit that they're going through. They know what the end of an era means. Y'all just ain't remembered yet.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I digress.
Absolutely. Excellent points, Brother Sean, as always. So giving you the bomb sign, and they were chopping it up in the chat. Somebody said that the, they had them come over here and marry the Indian, had the men come over here and marry the Indian woman for the purpose of the land. Okay? And then it got so sophisticated that some of those same folks that assimilated into the Indian culture, some were smart enough to pass the land to a woman. Okay? Now, I specifically heard of a situation where someone was saying, oh yeah, such and so holds the patents for this particular territory. Oh yeah, who issued that patent? Queen so-and-so was indigenous. Okay, say that name for me again. Queen so-and-so. I already knew by hearing the name. No, Queen so-and-so is not indigenous. Queen so-and-so is from Spain. So you want to run that past me again? Of how the Queen of Spain, or the Queen, really it was the Queen of France, which is from Spain, issued your people a land patent? You want to run that shit past moi again? So you have everybody on our shit telling us what the fuck we need to do and what the fuck they are going to do and they are doing on our shit. And it's not even like that what they are doing is even benefiting us or benefiting Mother Earth herself. They're even piss poor caretakers. Because they tell you in their own documentation of ADRIP that only the indigenous people can truly take care of the land. They tell you that in their own motherfucking documentation. So they not only know that it's fraud within their own quote, quote, logic of paperwork and ownership. More importantly, they know from a universal law perspective that they are fucking out of violation. And what the Aquarian Age is bringing is time is motherfucking up and they got to go. If you are not where you're supposed to be, you're going to be ass out. If you have not made amends to the planet and got in tune on her vibration, your ass out. So all of them motherfuckers are on notice. So Biden's plastic motherfucking ass can sit up there and talk shit all he wants to the melanated leaders that let that motherfucker hoodwink them. But bitch, we see you. And just for the sheer fucking arrogance, I don't give a fuck who you was taking orders for. You gonna be dealt with. This is deeper than physical land ownership. We are talking about violations of universal laws, and it will not stand. Time is up. So now, if you don't like what moi has to say, stand your ass outside and you tell the motherfucking plasma that. I personally don't want to hear it. Tell the motherfucking plasma how much in control you feel you are. Tell it to the frequency how much control you feel you are. As you are slowly dying, as you are slowly being poisoned by the radiation. Now motherfucking tell that. You ain't getting on the news telling that part, are you? All right. Nature will always survive.
Speaking of radiation,
go ahead, sis.
I don't know, but there was a lot of interference yesterday and part of today.
Yeah, it's been off the chain. It has definitely been off the chain. And people sitting up here bullshitting. Up there talking about some what Trump card, Q Elemental P, Biden. I don't give a fuck about none of that.
I finally had to turn off my TV because there was nothing, I couldn't get any reception. So yesterday for sure, and today. It's just, But they gave us rain out of nowhere.
Yeah, we got a lot of snow. Well, although they told us it was coming, but yeah, we got a lot of snow just in time for the eclipse that happened.
Yeah, so you can't see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that Schumann resonance, Mother Earth's heartbeat, her vibratory rate is spiking. It's spiking high because we're getting closer to the 21st. She's spiking. She's spiking. So that UV radiation is high. They're calling it plasma burst or sunburst. So while people preparing and being concerned about what the fuck Biden them finna do, I done took and told you the trillionaires are behind the fucking scenes, scrambling, trying to figure out how they gonna reset the shit to a frequency. When I speak of reset, to a frequency to stop Mama's climb. Trying to ring the motherfucking bell to reset her frequency in order for them to survive. So now if you really own your shit, you indigenous people, you really want to do something, you create from here, here, and here. Think it, speak it, get grounded, concentrate. Write it down. Say what the fuck you want. Create it. Just like they wrote themselves in existence, you write them motherfuckers out of existence. You want to use some paperwork? God damn it, use that. You're not babies anymore. Stop playing these fuck ass games and get on your shit. Or go on and keep leaving your fate up to those that's scrambling behind the scenes, trying to figure it out, trying to trick you to go to Mars, but all along telling you that it's about attaching a machine to your consciousness because they really want your soul consciousness to take it to another realm to fucking keep feeding off of you. Go on and rock with them on that. But I'm telling you, in the words of Cat Williams, this shit right here, ninja, this shit right here is over. It's done. So either you're going to rock with the frequency of what Mother Earth puts out, or you get what you get. All right, so let's go back to this BLM. Stinking asses. All right, so we talked about the little states. The mission of the BLM is to sustain the health, diversity, and productivity of the public lands for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations. Really? Sis Sandra, has your people been enjoying anything in Alaska? Is there Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon, Utah, Washington, and Wyoming?
No, I think a lot of the people are in prisons.
Okay, and don't you reside in Cali as we are having this conversation?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Brother Sean, have your people benefited from any of these 12 Western states? I'm taking that as a no. Sis Sandra, has your people benefited from any of the lands on the Americas? within your generation, your mama's generation, and your great granny's generation?
No, not really. Texas, I think, is the better place to be, because they have the farmland there. And they can
Okay, but we ain't talking about what's the better place to be. I'm asking you, has your folks now benefited?
No.
All right. Originally, BLM holdings were described as land nobody wanted because homesteaders had passed them by. First of all, bitch, you trying to sit up here and convince me because homesteaders, quote, quote, didn't want it. Bitch, first of all, who are the homesteaders? Aren't those the people that don't have a bloodline tied to the land anyway? So who gives a fuck what they wanted or not? All the same, ranchers hold nearly 18,000 permits and leases for livestock grazing on 155 million acres of BLM public lands. The agency manages 221 wilderness acres, 27 national monuments, and some 636 other protected areas as part of the national conservation lands, totaling about 36 million acres. In addition, the national conservation lands include nearly 2,500 miles of wild and scenic rivers, and nearly 6,000 miles of national scenic and historic trails. So once again, family, when we had pulled them charters and we were reading through them, they were also including rivers, lakes. Shit. In one case, I think they even included the motherfucking fish. Now that's cold. You gonna say you own the people's land, you own the minerals, you own the airspace, you own the water, and you own the motherfucking fish up in the water? Nigga, is you serious?
Yeah, they are. Because if you look at California, they want conservation for a little fish called a smelt, I think it is, and they don't even like to give the folks water because they don't want the little smelt to go through the aqueduct and kill it.
And then in most counties, don't they be trying to tell people you need to have a fishing license?
Yeah.
And country folks, those from the South, you just go on out there, get your little pole or whatever, and then here comes somebody asking you, did you purchase a license? And you want to cut their motherfucking throat. Not throat. Caucasian family. Throat!
I was real surprised when I was a kid that you had to have a license. I'm like, what?
So y'all see the game? You see the game? Because this is who's benefiting ultimately. Now the folks up underneath, they getting some change. Don't get me wrong. They getting some change. They sitting pretty. But they're getting the change down there, whatever, the corpse and the people and all that. The people, they voice them. They getting some change. They getting some change in order to run the particular business. Because they made it clear that it was set up as a trust, and the trustee's job was to manage the trust or estate and holdings for the beneficiaries. And who were the beneficiaries? The king's bloodline. And they said forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. You pull them early charters, That's what they talk about. Now, they do mention the indigenous people and say what territory they have and pretty much don't fuck with them, this, that, and the third. Okay? All right. So, okay, they got the agency manages. Okay, so notice they say the agency manages now 221 wilderness areas, 27 national monuments, and some 636 other protected areas as part of the national conservation land. All right, let me get to it. Okay, in addition, the national conservation lands include nearly 2,500 miles of wild and scenic rivers and nearly 6,000 miles of national scenic and historic trails. There are more than 6,300 oil and gas wells on BLM public land. Gonna say that again. There are more than 63,000 oil and gas wells on BLM public land. So y'all remember, as Brother Sean say, the ancestors said, when the Native American group was arguing about that pipeline running through their land, remember that? And the media was, covering it, all this, that, and the third. But it flew over everybody's head. Why was the U.S. government, aka corporation, able to do that? Because those Native Americans don't own that. They don't own it. So out of all that protesting, yada, 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 kick, scream, they some dirty MFs, they did what they wanted to do anyway. Because, again, it's about this. And the fact that those Native Americans that were out there, raising the stink, hopefully they start to wake up to see you're not really the people that are indigenous to the land, beloved. You were giving that role because of the many wars that were fought and the many indigenous people that died. And the indigenous people that were defeated. You were brought in as an identity swap. You were brought in to play the role of the defeated indigenous people. Yeah, they need to shut the fuck up. We done gave them they stuff. That's what you were brought in for, beloved. Now, I had just caught up on what's that? Fargo. FX has a series, Fargo. The latest series, Chris Rock is in it. He did a hella job. He did an outstanding job. I think that's his best acting. Now, it is his best acting ever. This particular season of Fargo is set in the 1950s, Kansas City. Although it was shot in Chi-Town, because Chi-Town has the buildings to match those ancient buildings, okay? So anyhow, two of the characters in the series, one was a melanated woman and one was a Native American. They were calling her Squaw. And I forget where she said her people were from. So those two were outlaws. They had, they went around the country robbing folk. And they had got locked up. And then they broke out of jail, this, that, and the third. So the Squaw and they gave this role to a Asian looking woman that, today you could say she looks Native American, because this is the image that they're giving us today. So she's telling the story of her family, specifically her father. You know what she said? She said her father was Chinese. And he worked on the railroads. I looked at that TV. I rewinded that shit. She said her father was Chinese and worked on the railroads.
Didn't I tell you that?
So what, bruh? How you finna be Chinese?
Mm-hmm.
Your people worked on the railroad, but now you call a squaw and you Native American.
Yeah. Mongolians.
So you think by accident that Fargo and them put that line in there? Now I know it went over 99.99% of folks that watched it. Head. But I fucking caught it. All right. There are more than, we said about the oil and gas. Total energy leases approximately $5.4 billion in 2013. An amount divided among the Treasury, the states, and Native American groups. That's just for the oil and gas off of these BLM public lands. $5.4 billion.
On currently AT&T, they have a Native American nominated to the Secretary of Interior.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's so historic. Mm-hmm. I get tired of that. I really do, but I
and you know what? And in the Native Americans' defense? they don't know. And I've said this several times on this show, and I'm going to stick with this. The Native Americans that are on those reservations, they're not even benefiting, y'all. They're living in poverty. They live in worse conditions than the ghettos and the quote hoods. They ain't the one getting a piece of this $5.4 billion. It's not them.
You know what else is?
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel sorry for them. They shouldn't be impersonating people.
Well, it's a curse. It's a curse.
Yeah, but we in the age of knowing. If they ain't tried to break their bloodline curse, that's on them.
Right, everybody's responsible for it now. Everybody is. Everybody is. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They still just can't sit here on our shit, whether they got duped or not. I mean, it's time to wake the fuck up.
I agree. I agree. No objections from me on that. I just want to point out that we need to make sure that we're pointing out who is whom. Because the Native Americans on them reservations, y'all, they're living in unimaginable poverty. They ain't the ones benefiting. The ones that's benefiting are the boys now, who are lily Caucasian white,
mm-hmm.
who are living like millionaires. Go look up the Shatta chief.
Mm-hmm.
Lily white than a mud effer.
And stay in Europe.
And part of my bloodline is Shatta. But yet, Chief Warhorse and them people prove that their people go back thousands of years. And that chiefess she's fucking darker than me. So go pull up a picture of Chief Warhorse and pull up a picture of the Choctaw. And you're going to have to look it under Choctaw. Chief. He don't look Indian to me. That's who's benefiting. All right. Okay. So we're just a little bit gonna read this when we get into back on our series with the real pilgrims.
Hey, sis, one more question.
Uh-huh.
Who asked them to put shit in trust for us?
I don't think I know. I personally didn't ask them to today, and I'm pretty sure my motherfucking ancestors ain't asked them. I ain't found yet where they asked them, cause I want to know the motherfucker who signed it, and I want to see it. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue, Brother Sean.
Because that whole thing dealing with a trust, that means you can't access it till you're no longer a minor. We're automatically labeled as minorities. We don't know how to conduct ourselves.
And people proudly take that title.
Mm-hmm.
But continue, Brother Sean.
So I was just wondering who put shit in trust for us in the first damn place.
Right.
That's why I don't trust any of that damn paperwork.
I don't trust it at all.
Because, I mean, if I remember correctly, we get to go anywhere on Mama that we choose to. It's our Mama.
Right.
And for them to decide who can go where and what belongs to who and who has the authority to tell who where they can be, that just don't sit well with me. And I just don't understand why our people would still be in that mindset that you need permission for anything in your house.
Absolutely.
It's your shit.
That's right.
Why won't that sink in? That's what I can't figure out. Because even in this day and age, motherfuckers still want to be from Africa or other planets. I have no problem of that. I promise you that.
Right.
But if you're saying you're from anywhere but here, you ain't got the right to say shit about nothing that's going on here with us.
That's right.
Shut the fuck up.
That's right.
Whatever planet you think you from, bye.
Right.
All these portals and shit is open. With all this energy and everything, end of an era. You can go back home, Dorothy, click your heels 3 motherfucking times and beat it.
Right.
I mean, anybody that don't want to be here, leave.
Right.
It's that simple.
Right.
It's ours. We want it. We're taking it with us. What you got? You don't want to go back home. You don't want to leave us alone.
Right.
So it's only one thing that's left for you. That's complete annihilation.
Right.
So I'm fine with that. However you want it, you can get it. I mean, you're already thinking about it. You keep talking about it.
Right.
So guess what? Y'all just brought that into existence. You failed to realize your power. You want to be victims? Guess what? You're victims.
Mm-hmm.
They got some shots waiting on you so that you can't receive your downloads and codes. It's your instant return into another cycle. You don't want to go nowhere, and they don't want you to.
Right.
That's why you believe that these people that have failed to cure code, these people that give you a flu shot every year, still thousands of people die while getting the flu shot. And now you think this vaccine that they admit that they put RNA in, and you gonna take it? They telling you that they're trying to rewrite your DNA code.
Yep.
And you're so scared of a code that you're willing to risk everything.
Right.
And we're supposed to respect you. Why?
Right.
Remember, we're gods, goddesses, kings, queens. We don't have sympathy for infidels, traitors, weaklings. That's what you are. You're weak. Weak from fear, lack of knowledge of self. If you really thought that you was this god or goddess, why are you scared of something that's naturally in your body?
Right.
You're out of balance. That's why you can't control nothing. All they do is offset your frequency and plant an idea, and you manifest it.
Yep.
They didn't even tell you can't nothing hurt you for real. Ain't nobody got no power over you. The very people that are using your magic against you tell you that they're using it against you, and you still don't believe them. I mean, if I was soulless, I think I would have enjoyed my time down here too, because it's some dumb motherfuckers.
Okay. I get to kick it, baby, on they dime.
Right, I can't even be mad at them for real.
Right.
It's all about consent.
Right, because they done found some sugar mamas and sugar daddies. Exactly.
But I know that ain't for y'all that's on this call. Y'all know I'm not talking about y'all. We gonna get it in.
Indeed.
We gonna make it do what it do. I digress.
Indeed. Okay, family. Damn, we at 10 o'clock. All right. I'm just going to read up until probably here, because we're going to get into this when we come back from break on January. So we're going to be gone for 2 weeks, y'all. So we're not going to have a show next Thursday or the Thursday after. I need the break because I done got a new book in. And it ties into our Pilgrim series. So I done already started it, y'all. And I'm all hyped up. And I also can't wait for Brother Top Cats to drop his stuff. I know Brother Kuameo probably got some brewing as well. So I'm excited. So I'm not going to go too much in this. So between all three of us, to be real honest, y'all, it's being laid out pretty clear, backed up by receipts. If I think or I feel something, I'm going to tell you that's what the fuck I think and what I feel. But the receipts are the receipts. So I'm not going to go too much into this because we'll pick it back up. And I'm sure one of those brothers, they going to go into this information deep as well. Okay, so the BLM's roots go back to the Land Ordinance of 1785 and the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. All right, so y'all see, although Wikipedia, it's just the source, family. It's just the source. But, you can highlight, click into these things that they're telling you about. You could get more information on it and then go look at some other sources to start putting the pieces together. That's what you have to do when you're doing research. Okay, so it takes more than just one thing. And out of everything, it takes more than somebody just sitting up here telling you that's what the fuck happened. Nah, bruh, nah, sus. You got to prove to me that's what happened. Now, if something is your opinion, that's your opinion. I respect it because I have opinions all the time. That don't mean that shit is accurate or correct. If that's your family bloodline, that's your bloodline. I ain't finna sit up here and tell nobody what their bloodline is, because you certainly ain't finna sit up here and tell me what mine is. But this history, all you have to do is do your due diligence. Start out with what the fuck they telling you and start back tracing that with other sources. And I guarantee you it's going to start clicking. And more importantly, this is what the ancestors is telling us to do. Why do you think I spent all of this year telling y'all and part of last year telling y'all to break generational curses, to sweep around your own doorstep? This is what we supposed to be doing. So you can't step into the new quote, quote, age or the Aquarian with that bullshit. Because the ancestors ain't having it. And more importantly, Mother Earth ain't having it. So whatever doctrine you're married to, if the shit ain't the truth, it ain't the truth. Yeah, it hurts. Don't think for 1 second when I was learning all this shit, learning about the Black Europeans, although Brother Sean and I in our motherfucking defense, we were telling y'all, nah, family, melanated people was behind the scenes running this. They ain't finna sit up here and convince me. So then we start bringing the receipts. You don't think that shit hurt? Hell yeah, it hurt. But if you are truly who you say you are and you're living in truth, you accept that shit and you keep it moving. To make sure you don't make that mistake and curse your bloodline. So it's not the responsibility of any master teacher. It ain't the responsibility of no YouTuber to break your generational curses. That's your responsibility. Do your due diligence. And I'm not even saying take my shit as face value. I don't have a problem with being wrong. Trust me, been wrong before, gonna be wrong again in the future. I'm good with that. But I'm mature enough to say, well, damn. Oh, I messed that one up. My bad. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Let me go on and clean this shit up. Let me go on back and get back on this air and say what I said before I was mistaken. That's living in truth. That's being an adult. And I be goddamn if I sit up here at 50 fucking 1 years old and I can't admit when I'm wrong and I'm on some bullshit, blatant bullshit. I know it's blatant bullshit. Shame on me. Curse myself for no fucking body. Get it right. Nobody gets a pass. I done took and told y'all that. Nobody gets a pass. So don't get comfortable and think you finna throw this up on the white man. Nobody gets a pass. All right, let's get back up in this work. Uh-huh.
It is a painful awakening, especially when you start finding out that melanated people done all these things and with royalty. That'd be the main thing that people get caught up in when they find out about.
Oh, yeah. We'll cuss you plumb the fuck out. Yup, go on, Brother Sean.
But as long as they thought that those people were quote-unquote white, they was monsters, they was dirty.
Tell it, brother.
Everything foul on the planet.
Right.
They treated people. But then they found out that they melanated, and all of a sudden those crimes just go away. Like these ain't still the same dirty motherfuckers.
Right.
They came and stole.
Tell it.
Killed people, this, that, and the other.
Tell it.
In the name of some sky daddy.
Tell it.
But they get a pass because they're melanated.
Tell it.
And all of a sudden all that shit didn't happen.
Tell it.
But it did. Fuck them. If that's your bloodline and you still riding with that bullshit, fuck you too. Sis be trying to be politically correct with y'all sometimes where she feel like it. She try to give some of y'all the benefit of the doubt. I'm not. Fuck you. Dirty, no good bastards. Fuck you, the horse you came in here on, and fuck the coffin you leaving in here in. You dig? It's over. You get nothing. It's over. I'm done.
All right. Well, I know I'm laughing, but you know he's right. It is what it is. Nobody's getting a pass. So we're not here to sugarcoat it. Oh, sugar plum, honey. I know your peoples was some dirty motherfuckers. But bless they heart and bless your heart. No. Admit your people was some dirty motherfuckers. And what are you doing to correct it? Nobody gets a pass. All right. So, yeah, we just fenced to read up until 1946. And shout out to the mods. I see y'all doing y'all job. Y'all not, thank you. And thank you for all the people that's hitting the likes. We asked you to hit the likes. And I say you can even hit the dislike. If you think I'm full of shit, that's good. That's all cool too. You can hit the dislike too. But be courteous and do either one. So shout out to the mods on their job in the chat. It's much appreciated. All right, the history. The BLM roots go back to the Land Ordinance of 1785 and the Northwest Ordinance of 17 87, these laws provided for the survey and settlement of the lands that original 13 colonies ceded to the federal government after the American Revolution. Baby, I'm finna sip this fucking water to the side. Who did we took and told y'all founded the 13 colonies? Did we not tell y'all? It's the black nobility.
Exactly.
Here's the book. Brother Lee Cummings laid that mofo out. Collector's item. Get it. Easy to read. What you should be teaching your babies. The true history. He lists his receipts and sources. And if you want to check him, which I did, by the way, which your sister did, I went and checked his sources and bought some of them sources for my own collection. I cross-referenced it. The Negro Question, Part 6, the 13 Black Colonies. So they say what here now? What they're now? What they say? These laws provided the survey and settlement of the lands that the original 13 colonies ceded to the federal government after the American Revolution. And when we come back on this from this break, we gonna be talking about that American Revolution, baby. As we got that Civil War, we still got some work to do on that. As additional lands were acquired by the United States from Spain, sis, didn't you say Spain, them, was issuing out deeds to they motherfucking, what they say, to they deeded the land back to the Indians.
Yep. That's what they did.
France and other countries. New Orleans or Caucasian family, New Orleans. Us country folks, it's New Orleans. Y'all know France is all up and through there. To this day, you see the France influence. The flower or the floor, what you call it, that's a French symbol. So France was doing the same thing, issuing out patents to they boys them. And some claim the indigenous Indians, same thing. And other countries, the United States Congress directed that they be explored, surveyed, and made available for settlement. So do y'all get what we're reading to you? So the 13 colonies was founded by the melanated black nobility European kings. Damn, y'all. See, we had went over all this up in our series. I was trying to pull the names for you all of which particular kings founded each one of those colonies. I know Charles was one. I'll have it for you when we go into the new series. We went over it in the Black Nobility. We're going to revisit it again because we got to bring up, get into that American Revolutionary War. All right?
And
so,
George, too.
Huh?
George was another one. Charles, George, and James.
Yeah, Charles, George. I can't think of the other ones. Yeah, I got them. All right, so they set up the colonies. So just because they set up the colonies, how the fuck are they the landowners? Are they indigenous to these lands? No. So you see how stuff changed hands? They brought their monk asses over here for the purpose of business. And saw how profitable and how rich in resources these Americas are, because they had scraped and desecrated their particular lands, stripped them of their particular natural resources with their fucked up system that a lot of you indigenous melanated people want to keep going. So they brought their monk asses over here, setting up colonies. It started out, it's just a business arrangement. Then they pretty much started telling the indigenous people what they can and cannot do, all this fucked up paperwork agreements. So the wars broke out. And just because somebody lost the wars, how the fuck do that still make Spain, who was in wars, France, who was in wars, England, who was in wars, Dutch had their motherfucking asses over here. How does that make them have any right to the land? They're not indigenous to this land. Okay? So, they claiming all additional lands were acquired by the United States from Spain, France, and other countries. So in other words, this new corporation, the United States, that was formed, started purchasing these lands from Spain, France, and other countries. The United States Congress directed that they be explored, surveyed, and made available for settlement. So now you want to run back to me again about your land patents? I said what I said. During the Revolutionary War, military bounty land was promised to soldiers who fought for the colonies. I said what I said. You want to talk to me about land patents? After the war, the Treaty of Paris of 1783, signed by the United States, the UK, France, and Spain, ceded territories to the United States. Right? So think about the United States, the country. Or the corporation. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So that would mean after the Spanish people decided to deed the land to the people, the Indians, the Americans came over here and tried to push them off. That's why we got the American Indian Wars. But the Spain had already left the land to the Indians.
The Spain ain't left a goddamn thing to the people.
Oh, I know.
They got their ass kicked.
I know, but then the Americans came over there and fought them. And then the Americans say, we discovered it. Nobody was here.
So this is why the fuckery continues. Because Spain, and France, how the fuck you finna give somebody something that wasn't yours to begin with? And then England them came over. Now all these people are melanated. Let's be motherfucking clear. So I don't want y'all forming in y'all head that you seeing what they call Spanish people today and what they're calling French people today were of Caucasian hue. No, these were melanated people. So, how the fuck Spain and France have the authority to give anything to anyone when it wasn't theirs to fucking begin with? So this is how the fuckery began out the gate. Out the gate. All right, so after the war, the Treaty of Paris of 1783, signed by the United States, the UK, France, and Spain, ceded territory to the United States. In the 1780s, other states relinquished their own claims to land in modern-day Ohio. Let me sip my motherfucking water.
They better not be trying to claim shit up here.
Baby, that left just a nasty old taste in my mouth. They say what now? Who seceded what to whom?
But that lets you know it wasn't ever long ago if they talking about modern day Ohio and not Ohio country.
They said 1780. And all we got to do is pull the Charter of Ohio. Pull that original motherfucker. Mm-hmm. By this time, the United States needed revenue to function. Land was sold so the government would have money to survive. Wait a minute, what the fuck? So let's go back to this. So 13 colonies, but even before them 13 colonies, Spain, France, other countries had some stuff. They was fighting each other. Got to go back through them wars. Then the American Revolution broke out. Land started to be ceded. And so now states who established the states? Go pull the charters. Who established the states? So you got land that was stolen. The people that stole the land were fighting each other and then turned around and sold somebody else some stolen land. And then that same particular people that got that said stolen land, the new United States corporation started to relinquish land as well because they needed fiat. But y'all want to talk to me about land patents? And that's why I tell you, you better make very goddamn sure you can tie your people back to being indigenous. I said what I said.
Well, you could look at the Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
The Spanish and French was in there, and they fighting each other. Then they fought the Indians and took that, right? And then they deeded the land back to the people that was there, that was already there as slaves. And then that didn't work. Then government came in there. The American government came in there and took it from the Indians that had gotten the land back. If I'm following that correctly, because the existing people, the indigenous, was in slavery to the Spanish. And then the Spanish king gave them the land. And then the Americans came and took it from them, probably via the Alamo War.
You got to look at the entire history.
No, I'm just looking at area.
The corporation's history has been at war against us. That just goes to show you how long we've been fighting.
Fighting them a long time.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
And we can't lose sight of the fact that during those times, some of the ancestors sided with colonizers.
Absolutely. Let's tell it.
Arenas.
That's right.
Definitely.
So we was going to war with each other for our masters.
Absolutely. They couldn't have won unless we were going at war with each other. If we wasn't all hugged up doing business with them, the shit never would have went down that way.
Just like it's happening now.
Absolutely.
People cutting deals,
Absolutely.
based on what they think that they can get, instead of realizing that it's all ours and they all need to go.
Absolutely.
I mean, if they want to go with them, if they still want masters, you can leave with them. You can follow them to hell.
Exactly.
You really can. You don't have to detach from your master.
Right.
But both of y'all just got to get the fuck on from here.
Right. Absolutely. Go spend a night over their house.
Right.
You know what the fuck that I'm saying? You know how Big Mama be. You know that one little friend that her ass could not stand. And she then took and told you, I don't like that person. I don't like him. I don't want him in my house. Oh, come on, Big Mama, don't be like that. Can such and so spend the night? And then they keep spending the night.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't you ever spend a night over their motherfucking house?
You don't want to. Ain't no food and roaches.
Go. Go on, spend a night over their house. Shit, go on, spend a night over Africa house. Go on, spend a night over Europe's house. Go on, spend a night over their motherfucking stuff. Why everybody gotta come over here and swing off of our mother's breast?
Mm-hmm.
Go spend a night over they shit. They was coming over here in droves back then, and melanated people want to put it on white people coming over in droves. God damn it, it was melanated Europeans coming over here in droves also. And shout out to Brother Topcats. He gave you a preview of that. He's going to go even deeper into that.
Melanated French people, melanated Spanish people.
Yeah.
Melanated Asians.
Yeah. Everybody coming and spending the night over here. And then it ain't even like they spending the night, you coming over somebody's house. You know, as a parent, when, you know, somebody is watching your child, you as a courtesy, you even bring food. Now, us Southern folks, oh, baby, you ain't got to do that. We have more than enough food. But see, I was raised properly, goddammit. I don't come over nobody's crib without a gift, something of substance.
Exactly.
I'm going to say that again. I was raised properly. I don't come up over nobody's house without a gift. Whatever I feel you like, first of all, I'm going to ask you. Most people going to say, oh, girl, you don't have to bring nothing. God damn it, I'm bringing something anyway. If I know you drink that brown, I'm going to get you a bottle of brown. I know you drink that wine, I'm going to get you a bottle of wine. If I know your ass can't cook, I'm going to bring some shit that I want to snack on and eat.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But I was raised properly. But no, they brought their asses over here, destitute, poor, desperate.
Pissing in the bed.
Right. Pissed out the motherfucking mattress. Just piss that motherfucker out. Just pissed it out. Bringing roaches and shit. Do you know the gray squirrel to this day that is up and in all across the Americas? That motherfucker came from Europe. And he killed the indigenous red squirrel. I mean, to extinctions. So you brought your furry tail ass rat squirrels, and them motherfuckers, I gets into it with them to this day. I just had a conversation and had to get an understanding with the motherfucking squirrels in my yard to not eat up my garden, because it's going to be some motherfucking consequences around here. So you done brought your motherfucking pest over here and stinked our motherfucking beautiful squirrels. They didn't even know what hit them. Ain't no telling what else, whoever else brought some shit over here. Japan, you motherfuckers brought the Japanese beetles. Just eating up shit. Just makes me scratch goddamn thinking about it. So y'all brought y'all asses over here destitute, brought diseases, roaches. I'm gonna even put the roaches on y'all ass. I don't trust you. One of you motherfuckers brought the roaches too. I'm finna put the roaches on you. Mm-hmm. Just being disrespectful. And then you got the audacity to tell us what we need to do in our shit. And you don't think it's finna be consequences for that? Sorry, go ahead on, Brother Sean.
I was saying they brought them damn bed bugs too.
And that's another thing I want to scratch about. Them motherfucking bed bugs so gangster. Baby, they worse than the motherfucking roaches.
I tell you.
You gotta throw all your motherfucking furniture up out the crib. Pay big money to have your shit exterminated. Yeah, I'm putting the bed bugs on your asses too.
Okay. All we done was heard about them as kids. Never experienced.
I never knew about them damn bed bugs. And you know it's gotten so bad now they in the South and they don't even like heat. Them bed bugs and got some motherfucking gangster. Now they in the South.
Yeah, they been catching rides on the Greyhound in Spirit.
Just makes me motherfucking itch.
They travel in the economy too, just like niggas.
We chilling. That's bad enough, roaches. God damn. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Come on now, y'all. Don't just try to pretend and sit up here. It's me. Y'all remember back in the day, all we had to worry about was roaches.
Yeah, I went to Maryland in 2016 and got bit by bed bugs.
See, I don't play that, baby. I don't play that. And my sis, she know what I'm talking about. We goes over a friend of hers' house. She always be on some motherfucking sneaky shit. So, we all sitting on the couch, just chilling. It was a bunch of us having a good time. Y'all know how when melanated people get together, how we have a good time. So, I see this bitch sitting on the couch, y'all, like this. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with her? So, I'm like, okay, I ain't finna drink nothing, because that twitching and itching, she done got my nerves bad.
It's great.
I ain't finna do none of that. So, we gets in the car, and her motherfucking raglass, girl, such and so got bed bugs, and I was bit. I said, bitch, you had me up in somebody's house that's bed bug proven.
I was afraid to come home.
So we gets to the house and I said, you didn't piss me the fuck off. So the garage raised up, y'all, and we stripping out our motherfucking clothes. Stripping out the clothes on down to the drawers, y'all.
I don't blame you. They hurt.
Because you don't want them infesting your house. They come in your house, that's a wrap. So my point to this story, family, and I know we supposed to be on the BLM, but back to you motherfucking visitors. This the shit that you brought over. Now back in the day, we just had to worry about roaches. And you could deal with roaches, okay? You knew when the relatives had them. You went over there, they motherfucking house. You was holding your pocketbook like this. You was sitting like this. You want some water? Oh, no, I'm not thirsty. You want some? No, I ate. You looking around and shit. And when you get to the crib, you shake out that motherfucking pocketbook, shake everything the fuck out.
Leave the coat in the car.
And you better believe it. And goddamn it, if it's cold, you leave that bitch in the front yard. That's all the family had to worry about was roaches, y'all. That and rats.
And rats. That was just.
We figured out how to get rid of they ass. Now you bitches done brought bed bugs. Now we got Japanese beetles.
And the pork.
All of that bullshit. This what the fuck you motherfuckers bring to us. This what y'all have brought upon us.
West Nile mosquitoes.
Yeah, just everything. Mosquitoes, disease, just every motherfucking thing. But you got the nerve to try to tell somebody what to do? And they shit? When you done turn our shit into a ghetto? Get the fuck out of here. Take your roaches, your rats, your bed bugs, your stinking ass squirrels, your Japanese beetles. Take that shit back to where you come from. Alright, so they sitting up here selling land, and after the war, the Treaty of Paris of 1783 signed by the United States, the UK, blah, blah, blah. We talked about that. Okay, and then in 1780, other states relinquished their own claims to land in modern-day Ohio. So I got to make a note for us to pull the Ohio State Charter, the original one. Okay, they needed revenue. So they started selling land back. So in the United States government needed revenue. So after the war, they was broke, which was planned. All of these wars are calculated and planned. All right. Because the purpose is not only about land control, but it's also about getting you in debt and beholding to these banks. So this shit been going on a long time. This is the same game that they play to this day. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, read a book called The Economic Hitman. He runs down what the script is. So in 1812, Congress established the General Land Office as part of the Department of Treasury to oversee the disposition of these federal lands. By the 1800, promised bounty lands claims were fully fulfilled. So y'all see how this stuff been sold illegally and unlawfully and against universal law out of all of those. You see how shit was taken, stolen, and resold and resold and resold? And given and granted and deeded and patented? In the 19th century, other bounty land and homestead laws were enacted to dispose of federal land. Several different types of patents existed. Now I'm finna go over that again. In the 19th century, other bounty land and homestead laws were enacted to dispose of federal land. Several different types of patents existed. These included cash entry, credit, homestead, Indian, military warrants, mineral certificates, private land claims, railroad, state selection, swamps, town sites, and town lots. A system of local land offices spread throughout the territories, patenting land that was surveyed via the corresponding office of the Surveyor General, a particular territory. The pattern gradually spread across the United States. The laws that spurred this system, with the exception of the General Mining Law of 1872 and the Desert Land Act of 1877, have since been repealed or suspended. Or superseded, I apologize. So y'all see what I say about these patents? I said what I said. You better have your proof. In the early 20th century, Congress took additional steps toward recognizing the value of assets on public lands and directed the executive branch to manage activity on the remaining public lands. The Mineral Leasing Act of 1920 allowed leasing, exploration, and production of selected commodities such as coal, oil, gas, and sodium to take place on public lands. The Taylor Grazing Act of 1934 established the United States Grazing Service to manage the public rangelands by establishment of advisory boards that set grazing fees. There go them fees, y'all. The Oregon and California Revested Land Sustained Yield Management Act of 1937, commonly referred to as the ONC Act, required sustained yield management of the timberlands in Western Oregon. Okay, so aren't the timberland the trees, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
So I told y'all, they had paperwork, did everything. The land and the minerals, all of that. Now, King James Stewart, he had to wind up issuing a moratorium on cutting down timber in England because they had pretty much wiped the shit clean. All right? In 1946, the Grazing Service was merged with the General Land Office to form the Bureau of Land Management with the Department of Interior. It took several years for this new agency to integrate and reorganize. In the end, the Bureau of Land Management became less focused on land disposal and more focused on long-term management and preservation of the land. Sure, they had finished focusing on it because they had already divvied the shit up by that time. And when did World War II happen, y'all? Because this is probably right around the time World War II.
That was like 44 or something like
that. Okay, yeah. See, I don't be too off. I don't be remembering the exact dates, but I remember them enough. Because remember, when we did the Black Nobility series, we had told y'all that those world wars, which they tell you it was two, it was really more than 2 world wars. Because what we were witnessing were these particular empires fighting each other for the control of the indigenous people around the world's lands. So World War II was the last war where the indigenous face, not the indigenous face, let me roll it back. World War II was the last war where the melanated black nobility's face was shown to the public. After that, the seat of power was given over to white folks. They became the face for these empires. So when we talk about New World Order, everybody want to talk about NWO, it's coming. It's been here. All right. It took several years for this new agency to integrate and reorganize. In the end, the Bureau of Land Management became less focused on land. Yeah, we talked about that. The agency achieves its current form by combining offices in western states and creating a corresponding office for lands both east and along the Mississippi River. As a matter of course, the BLM's emphasis fell on activities in the western states as most of the mining, land sales, and federally owned areas are located west of the Mississippi. Okay, so that's just a a little bit. I know y'all was chopping it up in the chat about the BLM. We're going to go in more detail, not about the BLM, but we're definitely going to hit hard on this American Revolution. We're going to hit that hard, and then we also have to talk about the Civil War as well.
It says.
Uh-huh.
So unless our ancestors already had legislation and land patents, we really don't know what belongs to who. People relocated all over the place running during the wars. After the corporations set in, because I know on the patents I found in my family, was signed by the president of the corporation, giving them that land.
Right.
So I'm just...
It's a mess.
It's paperwork. Again, that was just the ancestors making claims within the system.
Absolutely.
Going along with the system.
Absolutely.
Like they say about who started the 13 colonies, this, that, and all that paperwork stuff. We know it was melanated people.
Right.
We know that some of the ancestors went along with that bullshit.
That's right.
The bottom line is it's still bullshit.
Exactly.
It has to go.
It has to go.
There's no way around that.
Yep.
Repositioning yourself in a system that denies who you are.
Absolutely.
That's suicide.
Absolutely.
I don't care if you get a better job, a higher paying job, or if the corporation give you checks every month.
That's right.
You still fucked.
Absolutely.
That's the system. That's not natural.
No.
That's not a... But I don't know, even a lot of our conscious people still calling out to that male deity or to a male deity. People just seem to forget that demiurges exist and they're feeding off of you.
Yep.
I mean, people that go along with the whole alien thing and think that we aliens or aliens responsible for all this. No matter who text you read, it was already people here.
Right.
That they came here and started fucking with.
Absolutely.
Considering we the only motherfuckers still being fucked with.
Right.
Common sense would tell you that we was the motherfuckers already here.
Exactly.
As far as for what else then came here or was created here, that ain't got shit to do with it.
Right.
We was here first. Period. Dot. So, considering that, what's not ours? What's not ours?
That part.
A piece of paper stopped you from owning what you own? Piece of paper stopped you from being who you are? Or is it you who decided to play like you was somebody else? Or is it you that decided to give all your shit away and then blame somebody else? I digress.
Getting hot up in here. Getting hot up in here. And as that meme say, if the shoe fits, lace that bitch up and wear it. All right, family. So damn, it's 1:45. So we finna go up in overtime. I'm gonna try to get through the rest of the Alphabet Boys document. We about at the end. Cause I want to start when we come back in January to get back into the Real Pilgrims series. So again, this document is the Alphabet Boys document. As you can see, it was approved for release in 2003. CIA, Department of the Army. But the study was put together, the results from the study was put together on June 9th of 1983. So they held it back for 20 years before they released it. The subject is analysis and assessment of gateway processes. And this is going to the commander, the results of this study to the commander of the U.S. Army of Operations. All right. So I highly encourage people get this document yourself. You could go on Google, download it for yourself. Okay. All right. They lay it all out here, family. They lay every last piece of it out. We're going to just get down because we on to number 27, consciousness in perspective. Okay. So as you can see, as we're scrolling through, it talks about the Matrix. Y'all thought that shit was just a movie, huh? Cooperate thing. Okay. They talk about, remember the video we played last week with Brother Martin Kinney? And he was showing you the wave and how this wave is connecting like that to connect our DNA strands and what December 21st is all about. But in the Alphabet Boys document, they show you the wave. They show you what they're calling the click out. And when you click out, you are defying time. Clicking into other dimensions. They tell you how you can go to the absolute infinity to create. Now, this is an Alphabet Boys document. Right? We're going to keep scrolling down. They talked about the torus field. Okay, Brother Martin Kinney in his video, he showed you that torus field. And what it truly means, right? Okay. So they're showing you. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry. Trying to scroll so y'all can see it. But it keeps moving. Come on, thing. Cooperate. Let me move slow. Because I want y'all to see this one. I'm trying, y'all. All right, perfect. Leave it alone, Rhonda. All right, so this torus field, this is what the 21st is about, family. This is about Mama Earth's torus field doing her upgrade. This represents your torus field. So your torus field matches Mama's torus field. Okay? So we're talking about your particular energy torus field. This particular shift on the 21st, going into the Aquarian Age, is your torus field and on down to your nucleus, your cells, your DNA getting an upgrade, because mama is getting an upgrade. She's upgrading herself. So in order to receive those upgrades, you have to be resonating at her frequency. That's really what the 21st is about, December 21st. So that's why it's important for you to have your third eye open and be grounded and connect with Mother Earth's Taurus field to get your Taurus field in alignment, or your frequency / vibration, so you can receive the new codes. So now when December 21st hit, I don't want to hear people, oh, I knew this was bullshit, because you don't see the aliens come from the sky, this, that, and the third. It's not about that. It's about you connecting your DNA strands to get connected to Mother Earth's frequency. It's about you utilizing that new energy to benefit you by creating. So anything you want to do, you trying to do, you was fixing to do, this is definitely the opportune place, space, time, frequency to do it. It's really no excuses. That's why we're entering into the age of knowing. Okay? Because you are supposed to be utilizing this upgrade to make things happen. Okay? Create. All right. Oh, we was on 27. Daggone it. Okay, I had just passed it, y'all. Okay, come on. Oh, this thing just creeps. All right, bear with me, family. This thing moves around so funky. Consciousness in perspective. Child. Come on, thing. I'm not in the mood. Having consciousness in perspective. We're on item number 27. Having ascertained that the human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligence in other dimensions within the universe. And so did y'all catch that? Because I know we've been on a lot of other stuff. But let's get refocused. Because they spitting this fire. They pretty much telling you all of the true power. I'm going to say it again. They are giving you in this document the true power. And it does not come from paperwork. It does not come from nationality. It does not come from patents. This is the true power. This separates the thousandaires from the millionaires and the trillionaires. This is the true power. Having ascertained that human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligence in other dimensions within the universe, and that it is both ether and destined for ultimate return to the absolute, we are faced with the question. So what happens then? Since memory is a function of consciousness and therefore enjoys the same eternal character as the consciousness, which accounts for its existence, it must be admitted that when consciousness returns to the absolute, it brings with it all the memories it has accumulated through the experience in reality. The return of consciousness to the absolute does not imply an extinction of the separate entity which the consciousness organizes and sustains in reality. Rather, it suggests a differentiated conscious which merges with the participants, which with and participates in the universe consciousness and infinity of the absolute without losing separate identity. So I remember we discussed this last time, but that's okay. Yeah, I gotta move it slow. Accumulated self-knowledge which its memory confer upon it. So in other words, what they basically saying that when your consciousness, when you vibrate and you're using this gateway to get to this gateway, the crown chakra, which hits the absolutes, you can take in the absolute, the ethers, the other dimensions, your physical memories from the present in this realm, from the past. That's what it's saying. What it does lose is the capability for generation of independent thought holograms, since that can be done by energy and motion. In other words, it retains the power to perceive, but loses the power of will or choice. In exchange, however, this consciousness participates in the all-knowing infinite continuum of consciousness, which is a characteristic of energy in the ever-presence. Consequently, it is accurate to observe that when a person experiences the out-of-body state, he is, in fact, projecting that eternal spark of consciousness and memory, which constitutes the ultimate source of his identity, to let it play in and learn from dimensions both inside and outside the time-space world in which his physical component currently enjoys a short period of reality. So, in other words, when you are having an out-of-body experience, or you are astral traveling, or you quote meditating, you're able to bring your memory with you, your memory of the now, the present, and you can play in those realms. So you can use those realms as a learning ground. And we've talked about this before, that when you first become, quote, woke, and you're having those vivid dreams and you're astral traveling, and you're dreaming of special powers that you have, like them superhero powers, and we were telling you that you were in a training ground at that point, or you're experiencing different things, that you can be in a training ground. They showed you that in Doctor Strange. All right, the gateway method. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
One of the things I hear they're not saying, and that it's not planetary. They're not saying you can go to different planets.
Say that again, sis. Say that again for the slow ones in the back.
They're not saying planetary.
I ain't heard them say a planet yet.
They're not saying that at all. They're saying dimensions, which is outside of whatever sphere of time and space that we're in. So I'm like,
That's a very good catch, sis. giving you the bomb. Absolutely.
Then I said you can see aliens. They're saying you can see other ethers and other dimensions. So it's kind of interesting that they admit that. But they admit we're not alone, but it's not planetary that is somebody existing now.
That's an excellent ass catch, sis. That's an excellent catch. And that's why we tell you what they're calling planets are not planets. They're just energy centers. So if it was planets, like sis said, don't you think they would have had folks astro travel to Saturn, to Jupiter, to Mars? I ain't seen them say that. That's an excellent, excellent, excellent catch, sis. Excellent catch. Gateway method. Having put the gateway experience in content by postulating a structural outline of how and why it seems to work, and having shown what it is designed to achieve, the time has come to examine the specific techniques which comprise the gateway training process. These techniques are designed to enable the user of the gateway tapes to manipulate the higher energy states, which can be achieved if the user continues to work with the tapes over a period of time. Okay, so remember, those of you that are just joining us and to refresh the other family's memory, they talked about they put together these tapes of meditation. That's basically what it was for the participants in this study, to train them how to meditate and to get their frequency on the right tune to astral travel, okay, or to hit those other dimensions. So that's what they're talking about when they referring to the tapes. All right, the high energy states, which can be achieved if the user continues to work with the tapes over a period of time. The amount of time required to reach advanced energy states and to fully exploit the techniques with the individual. The sensitivity of his nervous, his general state of mind, and the extent to which he may have previously developed facility in related techniques such as transcendental meditation are all pertinent factors affecting the speed at which he may expect to progress. The gateway process begins by teaching the individual to participate in isolate, extraneous, I'm losing my place. Extraneous, where are you, Rhonda? Extraneous concerns in a visualization device called an energy conversion box. What?
Sad.
Yeah, honey. I'm like, what? Next, the participant is introduced to a method of encouraging his mind and body to strive to achieve a state of resonance through utterance of a single tone, a monotonous, protracted humming sound that sets up a feeling of vibration, particularly in the head. We talked about this before. This is the second time they talked about it. Remember, we talked about when you hear in your ear, and I know those of you over this past couple of weeks, you've been getting that ringing in the ear. That is you picking up your frequency, picking up the tuning of Mother Earth. Okay? So here they are, the alphabet boy now, telling you in order to get in that transcendental meditative state that you need to focus on, or the participants in this study, they had them focus on a single monotonous humming sound.
They cutting you off?
Uh-oh. Y'all don't hear me?
Well, no, you're there, but you're going in and out.
Yeah,
So
they
you
cutting the
have to-
sister off because I hear me fine.
Yeah, you just hit a nerve there.
Yeah, oh well.
Did you notice it's a
It could have been me
conversion?
doing that frequency too. In they little defense. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
after you
y'all. I did put out a frequency. I'm sorry, beloved. I know you can't handle it, little equipment. I know you can't handle it, boo. That was too high of a frequency for you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just thinking of the light forms. They say you have to go to the click out to enter into that zone where you can get into a conversion box. So you can't stay in the form that you're in.
No, they were using the conversion box as an example for the participant. So, in other words, they're
You
trying
have to
to,
change. You gotta change something.
That's just a metaphor, sis. That's just a metaphor that they were teaching the participants in order to concentrate that energy into this conversion box.
Sis, there's an actual energy conversion box.
Child, what that do? What that do that there?
It
Yeah,
says really
I
good.
thought that's what they were saying too.
It says it's really good at converting unwanted worries, fears, stresses, aches, pains, relationships, etc., from heaviness into lightness, feeling lighter. It's a program.
Wow.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, sis. I stand correct because I swear I thought they was talking about metaphorically. Child, they are dropping some jewels in here.
Yeah, they are. That's interesting.
Damn.
So,
Yeah, the Monroe Institute, energy conversion, duality, and unity.
right. So everything has energy. Every feeling has energy.
Yes.
So they're telling you the lower frequencies you can change.
Absolutely.
And feelings.
That's deep.
But they're changing it inorganically.
Yeah.
We're supposed to naturally
Absolutely.
be able to.
They're harvesting it. They're harvesting it, actually.
There's that thing right there. Finally came up.
Yeah, they're trying to tap into it so that they can get to places that they can't.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So do you all enter and understand how when they use media to incite a specific emotion, do you enter and understand what they're doing and why we keep saying that it's all distraction to cipher your energy? Do you enter and understand what we are telling you? That they're ciphering your energy, and now they done set up and admitted they have a conversion box for your energy to do other stuff, to tap into these dimensions, to do the click out because they can't naturally do it. Now that's deep. I'm glad, sis, you stopped and you were persistent, because I swear I did not get that that's what that really meant.
And they've been talking about this conversion box at the Monroe Institute since 2012. At the Monroe Institute, a spiritual experience could just be a beat away.
That's a big healing for the planet if they could do it.
The planet don't
Now,
need
Mama
their
already
help.
doing her thing.
Exactly. The
It's
planet
for-
don't need their
For
help.
them. But for them.
Now they need to get the fuck on. If you ain't supposed to be building no device, none of that. If you can't rock naturally, you gonna have to get the fuck on. Why do you think all I had to do was make a pitch sound? All I had to do over the airs, this is the second time that I have done it. I did a pitch sound and I didn't blew out their system. This is the second time that I did it. The first time I shut the whole YouTube down because it's a frequency that I'm able to resonate. My frequency outpowers their equipment. So I done took and told y'all that where Mama is going with it and where she is going with it, they don't have no equipment to match it. They can't even keep up. So now they sitting up here, been studying you for the longest. They've been eating good off of you for the longest. We done already talked about it from a physical perspective. Now we're on the real power, the spiritual perspective. This information is what those high priests and priestesses have coveted and have been advisors to those kings to control the realm.
It reminds me of the fly. You know the fly?
Mm-hmm.
Where they put stuff in a box and they use the frequency to change it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good analogy. So that box is from the fly is equivalent to, what's that quote? What the hell they call this box, y'all? Energy conversion box. Baby, I just can't. I'm done. I'm done. I didn't know that was an actual thing. Thank you, sis, for stopping a sister and being persistent.
I know it.
No, it all rolls for a reason. It all rolls for a reason.
Hey, sis.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the images of it is black. It's a black box.
Child. Let me sip this water. I'm finna turn to the side for this sip. What did we spend a lot of time on tonight? Unexpectedly. Didn't we spend a lot of time on a company called
Blackstone?
Uh-huh.
With the black box.
Now, I ain't read this documentation ahead of time.
I never seen it.
And I certainly did not know we was going to sit up here tonight and talk about Blackstone. I didn't know that. That was just impromptu, or was it? Was it not the frequency trying to tie for us to put the message out so you all can tie what we've been telling you all, these financial systems, to the spiritual realm? Because I told y'all, the trillionaires, this is the stuff they study. They're figuring out how to harness energy to control the realm. Yes, sir.
They actually have the Gateway Experience PDFs on there.
Child. All right, y'all. So we're going to have to pick that back up in January. Damn it. All right. I've heard you, Mother Earth. I've heard you, ancestors. We're going to have to come back in January because we're going to have to go. We're going to have to revisit that. We're going to have to revisit that, child. So, you know what? I'm not finna rush. Because so now we got to bring that up and look at that. Now I got to bring that up and look at that. So we still ain't done, y'all. We still ain't done. So we left. Huh?
It say HemiSync is a patented, scientifically and clinically proven audio guidance technology developed by the Monroe Institute.
What is it called? HemiSync?
Yeah, Gateway Experience.
Look at are you in front of your YouTube where you can see the screen?
Yeah.
What is 29 about? What does 29 say?
Gateway method.
That's
28.
That's 28.
I can't see.
Oh, okay. That's your over 40 eyes. I'm going to have to get my readers, y'all, and be on here like this. 29 says, HemiSync. So, yeah, family, I'm sorry. We can't even end this tonight. Now I got to go pull that document, and we finna motherfucker get it crack-a-lacking. I heard you loud and clear, Mama Earth. Now I got to pull that. Because they done gave it to us all, and we not here to play. We not here to play. This is what the high priest and priestesses that have been advising those kings, those empires to control a realm. This is the information that they've been using. So now you are supposed to be using it all alone. But now Mama Earth finna to help you. This is what you finna use. This is what you finna use, and you finna Thanos it. That's what you're finna do. So with that said, we gonna have to pick back up, y'all. Dang, we ain't done. So again, we're gonna be off for 2 weeks. We're gonna come back the first week in January on a Thursday. We're gonna have to pick this series back up because now I have to go get that documentation Brother Sean was talking about. We got to bring it back in. So probably got a couple of more shows on this series. So I'm not going to rush it through just because I'm excited about the other stuff. Because this is where the true power is. So family, as we are moving into the official Aquarian Age, you take the rest of these days, start getting centered, start getting grounded, start with your thoughts, creating what you want to see. Get serious about it. Be serious about your intent. Create what you want to see. Not what you don't. Create what you want to see. Enjoy this time, this frequency. You are witnessing something great. It does not matter if the mainstream media is talking about it. It does not matter whether your grandma and them, your mama and them, your friends them is talking about it. This is great for you to be aware and be in tune on what is going on. So use it to your advantage. Okay? Get centered. Meditate. Meditation is not about following somebody else's instructions and doctrine. Meditation is about relaxing your mind. Relaxing your mind and connecting. And Alphabet Boys tonight already gave you an example of how you can get that transcendental meditation state. They just dropped us from YouTube, y'all. Use your focus on a sound. Focus on a sound. I'm not going to do that other sound because we're going to get kicked out again. Even if it's om, or that other one I did that knocked us off, and make it do what it do. Brother Sean, you got any last words for the family?
Well, it's time to do this, y'all. Get your frequency up. It's time to move on. Choices. We all have our own purpose and our own path. This is about your soul, not your nationality, not your country. None of that. It's your soul.
Indeed.
The very essence of who and what you are that's at stake. You plan on moving forward with Mama, that begin with your frequency, period. Either your frequency is up or you down and out.
That's right.
But I got confidence in y'all on this call. I feel you. I see you. And I hear you. Let's do this, family. Let's get up out of here. Let's do bigger and better things. We creators. We're not slaves. We're not victims. We're not helpless. Wholeness and power.
Indeed. Indeed. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
You know, that's some interesting stuff they just said. I'm like, but anyway, I wish everybody good holidays if they're going to spend the holidays, and that's what they do. And if we can kiss somebody, our family, love somebody, our family, and just get your frequency up with frequency of love. I really want to wish everybody a good night. I enjoyed the fact that they were making comments. I do want to correct something. I said Mongolians, but they're really Assyrians, but I think of Assyrians as Mongolians. So somebody was correcting me on that, on the internet there, on the chat line. But, you know, we have to know that we are who we are and they are who they're trying to be. But it'll all work out because we're on the way to the, I don't know about the bronze years, but the golden years, because this is a Aquarian years coming in. Indeed. I'm looking forward to it, especially to the 21st.
Indeed. Indeed.
With everybody.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And I do want to thank both of you, my co-hosts, Sis Sandra and Brother Sean. Thank you for rocking with me. Thank you, Brother 832, for coming in, putting something on it. Thank you, family callers, for rocking with us. And thank you to YouTube family. Thank you to the chat. Y'all was lighting up the chat tonight, baby. So welcome to all the new mods. I saw y'all up in there doing your thing. Y'all did y'all thing so well. This is the highest likes that we have received to date on a live. So shout out to the mods, okay? We appreciate you. And welcome if this is your first time joining us. And even to the YouTube land that wasn't in the chat that was listening. I saw y'all too as well. So family, we're going to be back. We're going to take 2 weeks off. So remember, we're not going to be here next Thursday. We're not going to be here the